Good morning, everyone. With it being 10 o'clock on the dot, welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into the proposal to develop Rosehill Racecourse. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal people and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Scott Farlow and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent at this stage. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of today's hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence before the committee today. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for all inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures in today's hearing. Now, with that being said, Mr. Latham, did you want to make a declaration?
Yes, I declare for the interests of transparency that I'm one of 13,000 ATC members.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. Now that brings us to our first witnesses today. I'd like to welcome all of the witnesses and Mr. Waterhouse as a support person today as well. Now, could each witness please start by stating their name and position title and swearing in either an oath or affirmation. We'll start with you, Mrs. Waterhouse.
Gay Waterhouse, AO, horse trainer, housewife, mother, grandmother.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Waterhouse. And would you take the oath or the affirmation today?
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mrs. Waterhouse. Now, Mr. O'Shea.
John O'Shea, horse trainer.
Thank you. And would you take the oath or affirmation today?
I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, can I ask if either of you would like to make an opening statement today, starting with you, Mrs. Waterhouse?
Yes, I would, thank you. I have a few pages to read to you, gentlemen and ladies. I am Gay Waterhouse. I regard myself as a quintessential racing person. I'm a racehorse owner of over 50 years. I trained thoroughbreds for the last 30 years. I was inducted and am the only living legend of the Australian Racing Hall of Fame. I've been an ATC, AJC and STC member for over 40 years, since women were able to join the clubs. Tommy Smith was a champion trainer for over 30 years, my father. He was a horse owner as well, as was my grandfather. I'm married to a third-generation bookmaker and my son, a fourth-generation fielder. Like everybody in racing, I'm incensed at the attempt to sell Rosehill and hijack, meaning steal, the proceeds. I'm infuriated by the mendacity of the ATC board and associates, but I exclude from criticism board members Tim Hale and Carolyn Searcy, who have behaved more than fairly, having members' interests at heart. We would not be here today to discuss selling the cricket ground, the SCG, or Bondi Beach, but yet we're here to discuss the sale of Rosehill. The parallel business case is Harold Park, which was located in Glebe in inner Sydney, and which in 1970 attracted bigger crowds than even on the coldest, wettest day at Golden Slipper Day in Rosehill. Harold Park was sold to secure trotting industry's future. Now, zero crowds attend headquarters at Menangle. Similarly, in Melton, replaced Moonee Valley in Victoria, and the same result. So tragic. But there is an overwhelming issue involving the funding of racing, the elephant in the room. This is the real problem and should be corrected by this Parliament. The ATC chairman, Mr. Peter McGoran's words, the ATC has an unsustainable financial model. It has been asserted by Racing New South Wales that any process of the sale of Rosehill are industry's money. In other words, they belong to Racing New South Wales. This is outrageous. The Sydney Turf Club, using members' bought money, bought Rosehill in 1947 for £189,955. That sum would have bought 200 houses in Double Bay. In 1947, the basic wage was £5, 18 shillings and sixpence. Importantly, this is the members' money, not industry money. Rosehill is the members' property. In response to the Temby report, the government legislation in 1996, the Thoroughbred Racing Act, to control and supervise racing. Racing New South Wales' role was designed by the Act to merely a regulator. The legislation talks of control, regulate, register, inquire, supervise, investigate, report, as you would expect a regulator. Importantly, the second reading speeches speak only of supervisory matters. Quote, essentially, the controlling body functions governance of the thoroughbred racing industry in this state. Interestingly, New South Wales CEO was, under the Act, a mere factotum of the board with no vote. Also, Racing New South Wales board was designed to be made up of elder statesmen of racing. Today, basically, no racing people are on the board. The Act gave no independent income to Racing New South Wales, but allowed it to require fees and charges from the club to make its ends meet. Clubs used to receive all revenue from betting on races. All this changed in 2012. Racing New South Wales had legislation enacted to collect fees from new corporate online bookmaking industry, and this was confirmed by the High Court. Last year, Racing New South Wales received $512 million in betting fees, of which $335 was from corporates, in which clubs didn't share. Racing New South Wales additionally received $70 million from the government from the point of consumption tax. Nothing to the clubs. Racing New South Wales, while forcing prize money increases on the clubs, only distributes to the clubs part of the prize money, much of it by way of a loan. It has assumed the role of a massive property investor, having bought large array of eclectic properties. Because much of what is received by the clubs from Racing New South Wales is by way of a loan, consequently Racing New South Wales has effective control over the clubs. The Australian Turf Club is broke, owing Racing New South Wales, I believe, over $200 million, hence the need to sell Rosehill. In ATC Chairman Peter McGorran's work, it has an unsustainable income, an unsustainable model. Racing New South Wales should be returned to being just the regulator, and nearly all funds must go to the club. This is the big and overriding issue for you to which to deal.
Thank you, Mrs. Waterhouse. Mr. O'Shea, do you have an opening statement you wish to make?
Yes. Excuse me. I've been a trainer in Sydney for over 20 years, currently based at Randwick. I'm a passionate supporter of racing in this state and would like to see it continue to thrive going forward. The future of Rosehill as a racing centre is crucial to that growth, and that is why I've chosen to speak today. In recent times, racing in this state has thrived. Albeit we have 4 metropolitan tracks in this state, but only 2 of those, Randwick and Rosehill, are of a sufficient standard to hold competitive Group 1 racing. So to close Rosehill would mean we would be left with only 1 track that is capable of holding elite racing, and as a result would take a massive step backwards, considering our Victorian counterparts have 3 tracks of this quality. We need to have the best facilities where racegoers and investors want to go. Rosehill is essential to that strategy, as it is the geographical centre of Sydney. Every sporting franchise in this country is trying to gain a foothold in the west of Sydney, and racing already has it. So it would be strategic suicide to sell our most valued asset. Similarly, as Gay said, when the trotting industry sold its centre in Glebe, it has been an unmitigated disaster in terms of attendance and engaging the community. The chairman of the ATC, Mr. Peter McGoran, recently told a meeting of members of the ATC that you should be spending $12 million a year on facilities, but can only afford 4. That seems incongruous, given that the clubs hold 5 races with a combined value of $45 million. Furthermore, given the financial strength of the regulatory body, I find it almost absurd that we feel the need to sell our most valuable asset, Rosehill, considering Randwick is on Crown land. Clearly, if McGoran's comments are taken at face value, the funding mechanism to the industry's premier club is not working. I understand this dates back to the changes in the wagering distribution after the introduction of Racefields legislation, which sees revenue generated from corporate bookmakers directed to Racing New South Wales. I also understand that the revenue from the point of consumption tax is also directed to Racing New South Wales. The distribution mechanism is not helping to support the industry in its growth. As well as having strong prize money, it is essential that we have good facilities to race and train on. It frustrates me to say New South Wales has fallen behind Victoria in its investment in infrastructure and facilities. While many projects have been announced, few have been completed. Conversely, Victoria has built a new race and training track in Pakenham, along with developing new training centre at Cranbourne and a new track at Caulfield. Having good training facilities and surfaces is vital to horse welfare, so we need to be leading the country and the world in this area, not trailing it. Moreover, owners who fund the industry and put on the show deserve their horses to be trained in the best facilities available. The ATC has publicly stated that they are considering developing another racetrack at the Brick Pit site at the Olympic Park. I suggest there is no chance this will happen for a myriad of reasons. The presence of endangered frog species. The site is significantly smaller than the Rosehill site, and the Brick Pit is a disused quarry that requires a 30-metre hole in the ground to be filled. I would suggest the discussion surrounding this site is nothing more than a red herring to placate the ATC members. As well as opposing the sale, it is important to voice my concerns on the way the proposed sale has been handled by those in charge of the thoroughbred industry in this state. To hold a press conference announcing the proposed sale before completing the appropriate due diligence is totally irresponsible and has brought undue negative publicity to our industry. At the press conference, the chairman of the ATC told the media he believed the sale was very likely to go ahead, despite the fact the constitution of the ATC states members would need to sign off on such a deal. This has now led to those opposed to the sale being labelled as selfish for not wanting to help and solve Sydney's housing crisis. But it is not incumbent upon the administration of racing in this state to rectify the inadequate housing policies of various federal and state governments. If that was the case, every golf club, football field would be in the state would be there also under consideration for housing development. The Rosehill Racecourse is also an important community facility for the Parramatta area. Every morning, hundreds of people who are skilled with working with horses attend the track in their capacity as strappers and track riders. The closure of Rosehill will mean that they will not find equivalent work in the area. The races held on that track also help generate billions of dollars of taxes for the state government, which go into general revenue for hospitals, roads and schools. Outside of racing, Rosehill also has a convention centre that supports the Parramatta community and draws tens of thousands of people to the area. I contend that the board of the ATC are many things, but property developers they are not. and as a result, the proposal to sell Rosehill should be abandoned and the industry's significant resources be used to improve our infrastructure, such as training tracks, stabling and facilities for attendees, as well as concentrating on the perception of our sport and the challenge of engaging the next generation of racegoers.
Thank you, Mr O'Shea. I'll take the Chair's prerogative and start with a few questions to you both. Just in terms of the need for a Group 1 track in Sydney, an additional Group 1 track to Randwick, if the Rosehill sale were to go ahead, do you see that Warwick Farm could be an additional Group 1 track, or is that limited in some way?
Short straight, small race course. It's a short. Could you put Group 1 race at Warwick Farm as good as Rosehill?
Forgive me, we have a slight difficulty with my hearing, so I want to make sure I've got that.
Thank you, Mrs
question.
Waterhouse.
Well, firstly, the tracks are completely different, and the areas, Rosehill is in the centre of Sydney. We all agree that Parramatta is the centre of Sydney, and they've just moved the museum there, and they've got all the sporting complexes. So it sustains a very large betting and a population that go to Rosehill. So the configuration of the track, it's a much bigger track, Rosehill. It's a more international track. Rosehill is more a sort of city-country type track, which serves very well the horse industry and, of course, the people of Warwick Farm and all around that area, Liverpool.
Thank you. Mr O'Shea, do you have any comment on that?
It's just not it's a very small track. The straight is very small. It would require massive injection of funds just to get it up to scratch. But in terms of its circumference, it's significantly smaller than what we would normally find as acceptable for genuine Group 1 racing.
Thank you very much. Now, with respect to another alternative that has been put is with respect to the Sydney International Equestrian Centre becoming a full-time training facility. What are your thoughts on that?
Horsley Park. The diagrams you described.
Why? Why are we even discussing this? The whole point, which we're all missing, is that the ATC, it's their core asset. So why are we discussing the sale of it to move to Horsley Park or Warwick Farm or wherever, when their core asset is there? That's one thing they own. Why would you sell it when you've got all the training tracks and everything? The whole infrastructure is there. To replicate that at Horsley Park or wherever, it will cost millions upon millions upon millions of dollars.
They can't race at Horsley Park.
No, yes. And as my husband just said to me, you can't race there. We're better off being on the racetracks we've got and improving them instead of the money going everywhere else, which has been going and buying properties all over New South Wales. Aren't we better to put the money, which belongs to the clubs, back into making racing work there and sustaining the communities that, live around racing and for racing?
Thank you. Mr O'Shea?
Well, Racing New South Wales has looked at the Horsebury Park proposal on 3 separate occasions prior to this one and had deemed it inadequate. So why all of a sudden has it now become adequate?
Now, Mr O'Shea, you indicated, with respect to Mr McGoran's comments in December, about the need for a membership vote. I don't know if you're aware, but in the documents that we've been able to uncover through the Standing Order 52 of Parliament, there is some advice from what is the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade, or what was at that time, and they say that it is only the ATC board that would need to approve the submission of a proposal and not also the ATC members. From your understanding within the ATC, do you have any perspective on that and the ATC's constitution?
I have no concept of what goes on with the ATC. I'm not a member because I'm a licensed person.
Mrs Waterhouse, do you have any perspective
It goes
on that?
back to the Clubs Act, and the Clubs Act says the majority of members. It goes back to the question is, do the members have to vote on it? And the reason they have to vote is because it goes back to the Clubs Act.
Yeah. Of course the members have to vote on it. It's a core asset. You can't go and even contemplate selling anything when it's a core asset of the members. As I said to you in my statement here, in 1949, it was bought by the members, not by Racing New South Wales, not by anyone else, the ATC. It was bought by the STC members, who have since become incorporated into the ATC.
And that's what the Act says, that the Clubs Act says.
And And what was that? That was in 1947, wasn't
No, the Clubs Act says with clubs you've got to get a majority of members.
it? As I'm very kindly reminded, and boy, I'm glad. As the Clubs Act says, that you have to get the members' vote. And they know that. The trouble is that Mr McGorran and Mr Valandis all know that, but they're playing, very deaf ears. They're having my problem.
Thank you, Mrs Waterhouse. And finally, with respect to alternative proposals, we've seen also that the ATC were meeting with the Department of Planning about alternative housing proposals. Those included, at some points, the complete redevelopment of Canterbury Racecourse for housing, and of course, housing development along Rosehill, not taking over the whole site, but taking up portions of the site, including the circus site, including the car parking. What are your views with respect to those proposals that the ATC were taking prior to this unsolicited proposal coming to life?
You're talking about
You don't want to lose Canterbury, but if they would have developed the circus site, that's fine.
You're talking about the service.
Yes, and selling Canterbury. Selling Canterbury, you ought to sell Canterbury.
What they don't realise with Canterbury, it's the best return. It's got their best attendance going to the races. It's got the best betting turnover, which none of them would be aware of. I'm married to a bookmaker, so I certainly should know because he attends all the metropolitan race meetings. It's their best, it's their little jewel in the crown, but they want to flog it. It's unbelievable. Going back to Rosehill, around Rosehill there are certain areas. There's the circus area, there's the car park, is it the cricket? What is it? There's one other area around
The bowling club across the road? Or?
Yes. And they could be developed. Why wouldn't they, like they've done in Hong Kong, like they're doing so brilliantly at Moonee Valley in Victoria? So they've got the area to make the money to capitalise on, but why sell their core asset? I can't understand it. And the members, more importantly, the members don't want it. Just put it to the vote. Just literally say, ask the members. And I can tell you it will be an overwhelming no, we do not want to sell Rosehill.
Thank you. Mr O'Shea.
We definitely don't want to sell any core asset that we own. If you're any business, you sell your weeds, not your flowers. And this is our core business. We were all in favour of letting them develop areas surrounding Rosehill. That was a tremendously good return for the industry, and it actually adds to the character of the track. We've got no problem. They've done that, like Gay said, in a variety of other tracks around the world. There's no reason to sell our core assets, and then, because as we've seen historically, whenever we sell a racetrack, we have nothing to show for it, historically speaking, and this will be another example of wasting money and getting rid of tremendously good assets that are irreplaceable.
Thank you very much. I'll open up to other committee members for questions. Mr Latham.
Ms Waterhouse, could you elaborate on that view of yours about what the membership would say about this proposal? Around the racetrack, it said you can't find anyone, an ATC member, who supports the sale of Rosehill. Wouldn't it be better to put the vote to the membership right now to deal with this? I mean, the ATC abandoned their information meetings to members because of the hostility, and the whole thing could be sorted out now if the ATC acted as a true membership-based organisation and let the members decide with an open vote, rather than going through this process now of ridiculous sites like the Brick Pit, spending money on consultants, further dividing the industry. Shouldn't we have a membership vote right now?
It certainly should be having the membership vote, because the members are the people who own Rosehill. That's what they keep forgetting. They think they own it, Racing New South Wales. And they've put them in such enormous financial difficulties by loaning them money to sustain these hugely, prize money races, that they're really in dire straits. If they put it to the members now to have a vote, because I've been to all their meetings, I can tell you it'd be overwhelmingly, please do not sell this. We are totally and completely against it. We are against the sale of Rosehill.
And can I further ask about your view of how the ATC has handled it, both Gay and John? There seems to be a breathtaking level of incompetence that on the 25th of October, the ATC, through Steve McMahon, told the New South Wales government they'd never sell Rosehill. 5 days later, he meets with the Premier, and then the ATC, without due diligence, without scoping studies, without valuation reports, goes down the path of a full sale of Rosehill, and before the board could consider it on the 21st of November, Racing New South Wales knew about it, Chris Minns knew about it, New South Wales bureaucrats knew about it, and the board of the ATC hadn't even been told about it, and it said at their meeting on the 21st of November they still didn't give it a full approval. They thought it was just a process that was starting up. So how can we have any confidence at all in the competence and management of the ATC leadership?
Well, there's no doubting that, you know, as licensed people, we were shocked to read and hear of the announcement, considering there was no appropriate due diligence done. No one on the board knew about it, and only one or two of the executives knew about it. So the process is flawed because fundamentally, as we know, we need a vote of members to agree to it. There's no way that the members will agree to it because it's a ridiculous proposal, and it's not in the best interest of our industry. And that's what we're all about here. We're here to do what is in the best interest of our industry, so that in 20 and 50 years' time, we still have a viable, you know, industry that's engaged with the public. And if you take away Rosehill, it will no longer be engaged with the Parramatta public, and you will lose that whole demographic of people of Racecourse.
Mrs.
Thank you.
Waterhouse,
Mr. Tudor.
Mrs. Waterhouse, I seem to hear you saying that there are potential other proposals which could be used for Rosehill, and that is the development of areas surrounding the racecourse, including, I think you said, the bowling club. Have you got any information in relation to the totality of that area which may be able to be redeveloped and still retain the racecourse?
They discussed at one of the meetings that they had, as you said, the bowling club and the circus ground and one other, and they discussed that it could be considered, but then they completely put that in the bin and just said we're selling Rosehill. And, you know, we namely steamrolled the members to accept it as though it was, well, as though it was a fait accompli. So really nothing has been discussed, nothing has really gone down the track of, look, we could do this and save Rosehill, and we could also develop it, that Rosehill becomes a greater area for racing, and they're also able to look after the population problem they say they have.
So it is the case, is it, that you would support a proposal for the retention of Rosehill but the redevelopment of significant properties around the Rosehill precinct for the purposes of delivering housing infrastructure?
It certainly seems a very logical way to go.
Would you agree with the proposition, however, that if that was the proposal, there may not be a delivery of a metro station?
What?
Will they put the railway line there? They may not. That's a matter for the government.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. I don't know if they would or not.
Is the proposal which has been put to the members a proposal which includes the delivery of a metro station?
They certainly talked about it at one of their meetings, but isn't there a railway station, only a metro station, only 5 minutes walk away?
There's a light rail which is 5 minutes away, not a metro station. There's a light rail. But is it the case that the actual proposal which the members are being asked to consider is a proposal which includes the delivery of a metro station?
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Well, they said that the government has promised that. Okay.
They certainly talked about it. They didn't look when at the meetings, and one meeting they didn't discuss it. At the second meeting they talked about it, but it would certainly sound a very logical way to go.
Would you agree with me that if there was no metro station to be delivered, the value of the site would be significantly diminished?
Yes. Yes.
Do you think so?
Oh, it would be great.
Okay. Yes, I would agree with you.
So the members may not have a full picture of the proposal until such time until such time as the government's commitment to the delivery of a metro station.
But that's irrelevant, because the members don't want to sell Rosehill irrespective of whether there's a metro station or not.
Mr O'Shea, I accept that may be, but in terms of the full information which the members may be asked to consider, for the purposes of making a decision.
But it's been well documented that the metro station will be included should that proposal in its entirety go ahead.
Didn't we have a Rosehill platform?
We had a line there
station on
previously,
Rosehill
they took
that
it
closed?
away.
The government closed it. Why don't we reopen that?
But nothing has been discussed in
It's
its
not like that. It
entirety.
is a bit
That's the problem with the meetings we've had. Everything's been cloak and dagger. Nothing has been fully disclosed to the members, and that is the problem we have.
Thank you. Ms Hurst.
Thank you, and thank you both for coming today. I wanted to ask, it's been reported, Ms Waterhouse, in the media that Peter V'landys has said that Racing New South Wales will have the final say in the sale of Rosehill, and I'm assuming that concerns you. What's your relationship generally with V'landys and with the Board of Racing New South Wales?
What do you think about V'landys? V'landys said that he has the final say. What's your relationship with Peter V'landys?
Well, I'm a licensed trainer, so I have a business relationship with, in that when, we meet each other, we're always very cordial with each other. What else was the question? I just can't.
Well, what is your relationship with him?
And with the Board of Racing New South Wales?
Do you know any of the Board of Racing New South Wales?
No, no one would know who they are because they never attend the races. You never see them. You never see them on the racetracks or at the training tracks. They're a headless group of people, poor things.
And you said in your answer to the Honourable Damien Tudor Hope that the members are cloaked, that that there's nothing fully disclosed. Is this because of that sort of disconnect from Racing New South Wales, that they have fully disconnected from the trainers and other groups?
I think what I'd say to you is that for all intents and purposes, Racing New South Wales are not to be involved in this process, but I think we all agree that it's possibly behind the scenes collaborating in some extent. There is a distinct disconnect between the board of the ATC and its members and the board of the ATC and its licensed people, because there's been a lack of information. It's, as Gay said, it's been done behind closed doors and then sprung on the individuals. We've had information, attempted information days, and but again, that's been selective information. It's not been in its entirety, and it's as a result of this process that the membership feel, irrespective of the proposal, that the process that has been carried out has not been in the best interest of our industry.
I've also heard that some trainers were pressured not to come here to give evidence at the inquiry. Were either of you contacted by anybody within Racing New South Wales or anywhere else and encouraged not to come today to give evidence?
A curly one.
I'd say that both of us have had people represented from afar to suggest that it wouldn't be in our best interest to attend. That wouldn't be without.
And was that coming from within Racing New South Wales, that pressure not to attend?
I don't know where it came from, but I've definitely had phone calls from people that I shouldn't attend.
And have you had the same, Miss Waterhouse?
Well, I'm here because I was asked to come, and I'm very pleased to be here to state the case of the licensed people and the members. But I think there are others that may have had pressure on them.
And why do you think that pressure? Where do you think that pressure has come from? What is it that there is a concern that will come forward as part of this inquiry?
It's a bit like the elephant in the room, isn't it? That's the problem. You have a very powerful CEO in Mr. V'landys, and he controls racing, and he controls everyone in racing, and so you only have to look at the newspapers nowadays and the media coverage. It's very controlled. We don't have the true picture at all.
And is it that this CEO is so powerful that we're in this situation today where
Absolutely.
the members aren't
you
being
hit the nail on the
consulted?
head.
Sorry, can you say that
You
again?
hit the nail on the head.
A number of submissions from people within the industry have called on this committee to call for a review of the powers and responsibility of Racing New South Wales, as well as the funding mechanism. Is that something that both of you would support?
Well, definitely in favour of reviewing the funding mechanism.
Can you expand on that?
Well, as Gay's submission suggested, and mine was that the money from betting is going to the regulator, not the clubs. The clubs produce the product. The clubs produce the training. All the horses are trained at the clubs. The regulator makes no contribution to the training of horses in this state. And yet the betting comes from the horses that race. So if the clubs are the ones who are being left without funding as a result.
And in your opinion, if that funding mechanism remains as it is, what will that mean?
Well, you've already said. What will it mean? Well, I've got no idea how it means going forward. We could end up with, that's not for me to say. All I can tell you is that we need to address the funding mechanism of racing in this state.
Ms Waterhouse, did you have anything to add to that? So my original question was a review of the powers, responsibilities of Racing New South Wales and the funding mechanism.
It should go back to being exclusively a regulatory body and receive no funding.
Yes, exactly. Just as I said in my statement here, it's got to go back to being a regulatory body. The problem is that it's taken up too much power, complete control, and it's overstepped what it was meant, what was devised for. It's overstepped it totally, and it keeps overstepping it. And now the club now is completely broke. It owes so much money. I think it's 200 million, something like that. It's out of proportion. It's madness, and it shouldn't happen. So they're completely beholden to Racing New South Wales. Completely beholden.
Thank you. And just one more question. I believe that Mr. Peter V'landys has been the CEO now for almost 20 years. Is it time for a new CEO within Racing New South Wales?
I think there's time for change, and we wouldn't be here today if there wasn't, because things aren't right in the state of Denmark. That's your problem. There are things that are very, very wrong here, and you have to address them. That's why we're here today.
Mr. O'Shea, did you want to add anything?
No, I'm not here to discuss about the tenure of the CEO of Race News. I'm here to discuss the proposal at Rosehill.
Thank you. Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Waterhouse, Mr O'Shea, thank you very much for appearing today. We've spoken a little bit about the unsolicited proposal that's, I guess, before members at the moment. There's two parties in effect to that unsolicited proposal. There's the ATC, but there's also the Labor government at the moment. Has anybody from the government reached out to you to better understand the position that you both have, to understand what it means for the members and the trainers that will be impacted by the sale, and by to better understand what it means for the racing community in general to lose an asset like Rosehill Racecourse?
No.
Has anyone from the government spoken to you about it? But you, no.
No one. No.
The racing minister hasn't reached out to find out how it would impact racing in New South Wales from the trainers and from the members' perspective at all?
No.
No. We've just been told that it was given as a fait accompli when Mr. McConnell addressed it at first at Warwick Farm.
And obviously the Premier has been at the forefront of this proposal. The Premier hasn't reached out to you to ask whether you've, if he can better understand your opposition to this?
No.
No.
Would you be open to meeting with the Racing Minister and the Premier to explain to them in, I guess, an unfiltered way why you have an opposition to this?
Yes.
I think it should be, if it's going to be, should be addressed to the members.
Yes, but you'd happily meet with them.
Yes, of course the members would
But
be.
you'd happily meet with the Premier. You'd happily meet with the Premier.
Yes, yes. But the members should be. The Premier should, if he feels that strongly about this, he should be addressing the members of the ATC.
Are you disappointed that the Labor government hasn't actually sought to engage with the membership, with trainers, with the racing community, that they're only really having conversations with the upper echelons of racing, not the people that actually support and contribute to the industry?
And they've only had a conversation, I would imagine, with certain people in the upper echelon, not all. Not all the board were certainly not aware of it.
But obviously there have been people that have had conversations with you, and we've, I guess, briefly touched on the fact that people have asked you not to appear today. Are you able to provide to this committee an idea of who those people are?
I'd prefer not to.
If required, we could move into a closed session for you to provide that evidence.
Oh, look, it's a long bow, and like I said, where they came from, those people, you know, it's only speculatory. So,
But it isn't speculatory, is it, Mr. O'Shea? Because it's quite clear that there have been approaches to both you and Ms. Waterhouse to not appear today.
well, but from where those people, their origins is speculatory, because there would be no confirmation, and it wasn't alluded to me as to where they came from. But there was definitely conversations had as to why I shouldn't appear at this inquiry.
Chair, can I suggest that it's been put to the committee, there's a very serious breach of parliamentary privilege here. It's a very serious matter to urge someone not to appear at a parliamentary committee. It's more serious than urging someone not to appear in a court of law. So could I suggest we do go into private session at the end of the witnesses' evidence, without the witnesses, for the committee to consider what to do about this, because the matter goes to our rights as parliamentarians to have unfiltered available witnesses giving the evidence as they understand it under oath.
I'm happy for that to be entertained, perhaps if we conclude these witnesses at 10:50 and then make a determination in a deliberative at that time, not to...
Well, we have the
hold
morning tea
witnesses.
break as well.
Well, no, we don't. We've
Yeah,
got
I don't want to
Mr.
expand on it, to
Hall
be
straight after,
honest.
but-
No, but the
No, no.
committee should consider the matters of parliamentary privilege that have been raised, because these are serious legal matters that no parliament should ignore.
Can I suggest, and I'm not trying to stop this discussion, but I think that would be a matter for us in deliberative.
I agree. So if we look to potentially, once all members have exhausted their questions within this session, if we then look to go into a deliberative, not to delay our attendees any further, and to have a quick deliberative to discuss the point.
May I ask a question just following on from Mr.
Indeed,
Wes's,
Mr. Primrose.
just to both witnesses, we've had suggestions that there should be a range of informal discussions occurring between members of Parliament and members of your organisations. Can I just ask if you could please outline your understanding broadly of the legal implications now of there having been an unsolicited planning application in place? Because that is a formal application. It is quite specific in terms of the requirements that have to take place. Can you tell us your understanding of the process that's occurring now? Because there is a formal application in place before the Planning Department.
Well, just a point of order to that. It's asking both these witnesses to give a legal opinion about their understanding of a fairly technical process. I think they may not have the capacity to give.
To the
Thank you.
point
To
of
the point of order.
May I just say that the witnesses, I've asked for a broad understanding of their of the process that's in place, because there is a formal application in. There has been a suggestion in the questioning, particularly from Mr. Fang, that there should be a series of informal discussions. And I am suggesting that that may err and be contrary to the formal legal application that's now been lodged.
Well, just on a point of order, the question's incorrect in that there's a government committee of assessment that's been established that doesn't include the Planning Department. And in the documents in the SO52, the Planning Department has said they will stay at arm's length until the unsolicited proposal assessment is completed, because they're the final decision maker. So not even the questioner understands the process. I don't think the witnesses are going to go
And
into
look,
those
to the
details.
point of order, I
Just-
think
yes,
there's been
to the point of order.
imputations on my on my questioning.
Okay. Let's proceed like this. I think it is a fair question for Mr Primrose to put, to ask the witnesses their understanding of the process which is on foot, and we will leave it at that, which is effectively striking out some of the comments that were made. So if I could put to the witnesses Mr Primrose's question, that is, what is your understanding of the process which is on foot, which is characterised as an unsolicited proposal?
Look, I've got no idea how that proposal is to be put or the processes involved with it. So I'm sorry, I can't allude to that.
Answering your question is that nothing will take place until the members vote on it. That's what you've got to understand. The members have to vote on the sale of Rosehill. And nothing can happen till that happens, and it hasn't happened.
Thank you.
Just
Dr
to follow-
Kane.
Just to follow up that, so just confirming, so then you wouldn't be aware that it wouldn't be appropriate to have those informal meetings that were suggested? You wouldn't be aware of that?
No.
Because you weren't aware of the process?
That's right.
Right.
So to that point, were you aware of any decision which was put either to members or to the board before Mr McGoran went public to put a proposal to the government about lodging an unsolicited proposal?
No.
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 So when the announcement was made, to the best of your knowledge, Mr O'Shea, the board hadn't considered the idea of making an approach to government,
No
and it
one-
certainly hadn't been canvassed with the members
No,
to make an approach to the government.
that's correct.
No, the answer's no.
Could I ask...
Just
Did you know about
holding that,
before it was
Mrs Waterhouse, did you have anything to add to that question? Did you have anything to add to Mr
No,
Tudehouse's
just to
question?
say no. We had no understanding or we had no comprehension of what was going to be dropped on us till we turned up at Warwick Farm that day for the meeting. And it was very much a fait accompli on the way Mr McGoran was speaking, that this is what's going to happen. And of course he expected everyone to agree. And I think he was quite shocked at how violent the reaction was to the sale of Rosehill.
Did you
Thank
reach
you,
out
Mrs.
to
Waterhouse.
them?
Mr Fang, we're going to go to Mr Nanva now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for your evidence this morning. Ms Waterhouse, you've previously stated that Warwick Farm is a substandard track. You've identified that less than half of...
Can I just bring it to point there? We didn't say it's substandard. We say it's unable to have serious Group
Mr
1
O'Shea,
Sorry,
Mr
Mr.
O'Shea, let
O'Shea,
Mr Nanva ask his question, then you can respond.
I'm quoting from an interview Ms Waterhouse has given in December.
Mrs Waterhouse.
Mrs Waterhouse, apologies. You've stated that the Golden Slipper used to be attended by 35,000 people, now it's about 12,000 people. You've stated that people have stopped going to the races. You've also stated that we don't get anyone to Randwick except on Everest Day. Where are people through the week? It doesn't point to a healthy picture of racing in New South Wales, does it?
Well, because the clubs have lost control. You know, if you go to the races, you have to pay to go into the course. I can go down to the pub and not have to pay to go in and have a bet. So they've made it difficult. They've got the bookies at Randwick in a little cordoned-off area, as though it's a chook pen. You know, how can anyone have any sort of betting intercourse with them, because they're cordoned off? They've advertise it for being the big days and neglect that the everyday. We used to have local firms supporting Rosehill, Warwick Farm, Randwick, and those people would bring a lot of their members or customers to the races, and the name of the races would be the Monty Python or the whatever it might be, race. That's all gone. So you're losing customers all the time. They don't work on their membership, developing their membership. So of course people aren't going to. When someone doesn't renew their membership, they don't go to them and say, why aren't you renewing your membership? Or we might give you a special deal, like 6 months free, and then they're not trying to encourage people into the sport. They just worry about the big days and not every day.
Mr Nanva, before you put anything, Mr O'Shea wanted to respond, I think, originally, so we'll afford him the opportunity now.
Yeah, so just going back to your point, Warwick Farm is an acceptable track, but it's just not ideal for group. Our comment was with regard to Group 1 racing, which is a specific class of track.
But, John, excuse me for 1 second. If you remember, we used to have the...
Chipping Norton there. Yes.
We used to have Group 1 racing there. But because the clubs have no money, sir, the facilities have become so ordinary. I went into the committee room only 6 months ago, and there was no one there. And I just happened to bump into the chef. Heaven knows why he was there. And I said, "What do you do?" And he said, "Well, I don't do anything anymore." And I said, "When was the last committee luncheon?" Oh, he said, "About 6 months ago, 6 years ago." 6 years ago. They're not utilising their facility. You've got the centre of Sydney as Liverpool and Parramatta, and you've got that many people there who would love to be coming to the races, but the clubs can't invite them. One, they don't have the money, and two, Racing New South Wales aren't interested in those people. They're not important.
Short of fundamentally changing the funding model in New South Wales, what is clear is that there is declining wagering income, there are fewer spectators, infrastructure and facilities are not up to standard, tracks are not up to standard. It's a risk, is it not, that the longer we leave the status quo in New South Wales, the greater the risk is that New South Wales will lose its competitive
Why are you talking racing down?
to other jurisdictions, whether it's Melbourne or internationally. Isn't there a risk the longer we leave this, the more New South Wales will lose its competitive
Why are you
advantage as a
talking
racing
down racing in
destination?
New South Wales?
Yeah, I think there's merit.
He's saying it's declining, should we just close down?
John.
Well, I think we need to re-engage. I've been a big advocate of re-engage. Racetracks have always been a reflection of their communities, right? And that's why there's a racetrack in every small town in Australia. But what's happened with Rosehill is that because of the amalgamation of the clubs, there's no connect between the Parramatta community and Rosehill itself. We need to get back to what Gay's been discussing and what we've traditionally always done, was engaging our communities. At the moment, we've just got this massive big funding model for big days, and we're forgetting our grassroots. And if we don't start to invest in our infrastructure and engage our communities, we will decline.
Unless you can change, literally immediately, the way that racing is being controlled and the way the money is out. One of the reasons, what you're saying, is that there's no money. They've got no money. You can't do things. You can't advertise or do any of those things or make the facilities nicer, be it Warwick Farm or Rosehill or wherever it might be, if you haven't got any money. The club is broke. And the club is broke because Racing New South Wales totally control the money, and they'll say, "You can have that little bit. You're a good boy, we'll give you that little bit." But don't forget, you've also got to sustain these huge prize money, like the King Charles, $10 million in prize money.
And by loan. And by loan.
And everything is by loan. That's the other thing. So they're constantly falling into debt, and massive debts. And what did I say? 200 million. The mind boggles.
Thank you. Mr. Namber.
Could I put this question to you as business people as well as owners and trainers? The proposition that the development of a metro station at Rosehill tied to land use changes being proposed, I think it's undisputed would result in a significant uplift in the value of the racetrack, a significant uplift in a core asset, in the value of a core asset of the ATCs. Do you not think that the board and members are obliged to keep an open mind about the benefits, the costs, the advantages and disadvantages of such a proposal when there would be a significant boost in the value of an asset belonging to the club?
But are we still retaining that asset?
It's worth so much money, you should be pleased to have it.
Are you suggesting...
Sorry,
Mr. O'Shea, to make the question clearer, if there were a business proposition put that a significant piece of transport infrastructure is linked to the reuse of land from a racecourse to mixed-use developments housing, which would result in a significant uplift in the value of a core asset belonging to the club, is it not incumbent on the board and members to at least keep an open mind to that
Not if we're
proposition?
selling it. Not if we're selling it. It's of no. If we're selling it, it's irrelevant because it's not for sale. That we have the option there to develop housing in the proximity to the track, around the track. That's all well and good, but we must not sell this asset. It is our core asset. We don't have anything else if you sell it. We have a couple of minuscule bits of property that ultimately, given the pattern of racing administrators over the last century, that they'll probably want to sell that as well. Now, it's not for sale.
I think also what you should be thinking is you've got to realise that Racing New South Wales control the dollars and cents. And if Rosehill's sold, the money goes to one place, Racing New South Wales. It doesn't go to the members. No, it doesn't go back to the ATC. The ATC won't get that money. They won't be able to develop the next court. It'll be developed at what Mr. Volandis and Racing New South Wales think they should be getting. So really, we don't know. We're going into a black tunnel. You talk about putting the rail there, us selling it. What are you going to get? Peanuts, if that, if we even get that. And why I can't understand why the council there and the government can't come together with the members and say, look, if we utilise that land around Rosehill, which I would imagine would be quite a substantial number of apartments, yes, we could put the rail there. You know, there's no reason why they can't bib and bub and make something work. But it hasn't been put to the members. This is what we could do. This could be a very good idea. We can still keep this facility, which is a green area, in an area which is getting more and more housing and more industrial. Why wouldn't you have a green area there? You only have to go to Hong Kong. Look what they've done in the centre of Sha Tin. The most amazing sporting facilities in the centre of Sha Tin. Why can't we have that at Rosehill? Why can't the public of Parramatta be able to enjoy that?
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Waterhouse, I accept it was your evidence earlier that this proposal was effectively dropped on members at Warwick Farm, as you outlined earlier. Since then, have you gained an understanding of the genesis of the proposal to redevelop the track? What's your understanding of how this came about?
Whose idea was it?
To develop the track?
Yes, whose idea? Where did the idea come from?
Well, I would imagine, I think it's come from Racing New South Wales. And, I think it's all of a sudden, or over a period of time, they thought, well, we have one core asset and only one core asset, and we might be able to flog it. And that's a terrifying thing.
And before that day at Warwick Farm, there were no rumours or whispers of anything of the sort?
Well, they've talked
came out of the blue?
No, not Rosehill, no.
Not at Rosehill.
Do they?
They've never talked outside Rosehill.
Okay. And Mr. O'Shea, have you picked up any intel or info since that day as to where it came, the genesis?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Just finally turning to part of what has been, I guess, a counter-proposal, which is having a racecourse around the brick pit site. Are you familiar with the brick pit site itself? And could you provide us an idea of whether you think it would be a big enough size to create a Group 1 track equivalent to Rosehill?
No, definitely not.
And is that because it would have two sharper turns, two narrower straights?
It's not a significant piece of land.
Is that what they showed us when they brought up those, McConnell put up the...
Possibly. It's too small a parcel of land, number one. There's not even sufficient room to put stabling, race day stabling. And, that site's been looked at on a number of occasions, and there's a massive issue there, environmental issue there with regard to the community of frogs that live there. So if it's been knocked on its head a number of times previously, why all of a sudden has it become a proposal that's now acceptable? It's a 30-metre hole in the ground.
So there's no conceivable way that the proposal to put a Group 1 racetrack at the brick pit site is feasible at all?
Bordering on preposterous.
Thank you.
And it was interesting that at the meeting, Mr. Waller was there, Mr. Chris Waller, and he was very outspoken about how short the track was, and quite unacceptable what Mr McGoran put to us. He had spent a lot of money, the ATC board, in having sketches of how it could look and how it could work, and Mr Waller was very outspoken about it. The other thing is that you've already got it there. Why do you have to invent something when you've got Rosehill right in front of you and you've got the facility to sell the land around it? You know, why can't they make it that it can work? And the money could go into Rosehill, and with a fraction of the amount of money we're talking about in developing another site, make it into a world-class venue like you see in Hong Kong. But all the tracks are all so shabby because they've got no money.
Would you prefer to see the brick pit turned into housing?
Yes.
And also, the other thing is that you've got your race goers going to there. As it happened in Menangle, when they moved it to another area, they didn't have the followers. And it's been a disaster. They had a vibrant, living, trotting industry and site in Harold Park, and when they moved it, gone.
Thank you very much. That is all the time we have for questions. Now, as was foreshadowed before, we will actually ask all members of the committee to stay for a deliberative meeting. Unfortunately, we'll have to ask all people in the gallery to please vacate the room. And after we've made a determination, if the witnesses wouldn't mind staying around for a few minutes, and we will make a determination as to whether we move into closed session. Thank you very much. And the committee secretary, if you could please advise the witnesses. Thank you very much for your attendance here today. We got.
I agree already.
Yep. Okay. We're back on air. Thank you very much. The committee has concluded its deliberative hearing, and we are back in open session. So thank you very much, Mr. Caphall, for agreeing to.
Just
join
David
us.
Hall will be fine.
David Hall. Thank you, Mr. Hall, for agreeing to join us today. And I would like to ask if you would start by taking either the oath or affirmation.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. And would you like to first off start by making a short opening statement?
I've had the opportunity of seeing a number of the documents that Legislative Council gained through their discovery requisitions. And I cannot see how it can be suggested that this is an unsolicited proposal. It is quite clear that through the documents that I was provided, that the ATC continually submitted that Rosehill was not for sale, that surrounding non-racecourse land was available for development, but not the racecourse and the area required for racing, including stands, training facilities, etc. It was quite surprising that on October the 23rd, the ATC, this is a repeated sequence, 2023 stated, there is no plan to relocate and racing would continue at Rosehill even if the surrounding development went ahead. Then the Premier met with the ATC Head of Membership and Corporate Affairs, Steve McMahon, on October 30. I understand there is a long relationship between those two gentlemen. And the upshot after that meeting was what is now alleged to be an unsolicited proposal was submitted. It was a very, very significant and substantial change of the intent and historic policy and attitude of the ATC. Now, I've made a submission, which I presume everybody has, in that they will see I was the chairman and or treasurer of the Australian Jockey Club for 12 years, including which, during that time, we had to defend ourselves from Racing New South Wales, who instigated a legal case against us in relation to our dealing with what were the club's media rights. And the case is reported as Racing New South Wales versus STC and others in 2005. So I've been well exposed, if you like, to the machinations that have occurred from Racing New South Wales, who I understand from, once again, discovery documents, have submitted to Cabinet Office that they support the sale of Rosehill. And the history is that Racing New South Wales was established as a regulatory body to take over the regulatory activities from the principal club at that time, being the Australian Jockey Club. So we now have a situation where the motives of Racing New South Wales and their conduct needs to be seriously considered in relation to support they're providing for to the Cabinet Office, at least according to the documents, on the proposed sale of Rosehill.
Thank you, Mr. Caphall. Or Mr. Hall, I should say.
Thank you.
Mr. Hall, you've outlined your background as a former chair of the AJC. Have you had any involvement with the ATC? I take it you retain a membership of the ATC, but have you served
yes, I'm
any board roles?
I'm a life member of the ATC. I was a life member of the AJC, and when the merger occurred, that was transferred into the ATC. I attend, when I'm in Sydney, which is most of the time, I attend the races virtually every Saturday. I know all the committee well, and I know most of in fact, I do know all of the past chairs, etc., of both clubs.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. And Mr. Hall, having seen those documents that were a product of that Standing Order 52, you most likely would have seen the document from the Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade, where they reckon that it is only the ATC board that would need to approve the submission of a proposal and not also the ATC members. From your understanding of the ATC constitution, is that correct? Does it require a membership vote or not?
I think there's a distinction. The Department of Trade's memo, which I did see, relates to the submission of the proposal. Under the Registered Clubs Act, the sale of a core asset requires a member's approval to a sale. So I think there's a distinction possibly in the Department of Trade submission in relation to the submission of a proposal versus affecting a sale.
Thank you. So, in theory, we could be wasting quite a lot of time in this unsolicited proposal if the membership don't actually support a sale. So the board is entrusted to be able to submit a proposal for an unsolicited proposal. The government, of course, invests considerable time and money in assessing that proposal, but at the end of the day, the membership may decide that it's just not for sale.
Look, there's two arms to my answer to that. One is I don't accept it's an unsolicited proposal. And two...
But whether you accept that or not, it is being assessed as one
well, I
at
was
this
about to deal with that in the second
Sorry.
arm.
Sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Hall.
You're right. Secondly, and I was asked this question, in fact, by one of the committee members the other day, as to how would you have dealt with it. What did occur, and I, like most, only read about it in the press for the first time after McGurran made his statement, or I think it was on the news at night. McGurran and the Minister made a statement, the Premier made a statement. The ATC then, I believe, followed a proper course. They convened a series of information meetings for members. After 2 information meetings, they abandoned them, which I think was wrong. And the reason they abandoned them, because when you speak to virtually all of the committee, not quite all, but close, they will tell you 90% of the members are against a sale. Now, my view is from there, what should have occurred is that the members should have been asked to vote on a proposal. And I think you're probably right. I think it would have saved a lot of money. However, Racing New South Wales then came out with a statement that we will be conducting all due diligence and effectively controlling all aspects. Now, my understanding of the legislation is that they're entitled to do due diligence. They certainly don't have a right of sale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. And Mr. Hall, from your inspection of the documents, you would have also come across the Project Wattle transactions options analysis, where it outlines 4 options, those being 1, direct deal joint venture, 1 being option 2, direct deal either proponent or government-led, option 3 being an unsolicited proposal, and option 4 being a compulsory acquisition. Under option 3, unsolicited proposal, and this is a government document, it outlines a call of probity risk, a perception that the New South Wales government is engineering an unsolicited proposal for a government-driven transaction. From your experience, do you think that that would have been something that would appear in a document if this were in fact an unsolicited proposal that was brought by an applicant in the ATC?
No, I don't believe so. As I mentioned, over 90% of the members, and this is obviously on vocal, in the sense of attending race meetings and conversations, are against a sale. So following that course is not consistent with Rosehill being a core asset of the ATC, on which the members are required to vote under the Registered Clubs Act.
And as you indicated, you know all the committee and board members. Do you, from your knowledge of discussions with them, is this something that was brought to the board before it appeared as...
I believe not. That's from the comments made to me. I believe it was first basically put to the board as a fait accompli.
Thank you, Mr Hall. Other committee members?
Yeah,
Mr.
could
Layton.
I thank you, Mr Hall, for appearing today. And do you think anyone at the ATC even knew what an unsolicited proposal was? It's a very obscure part of the governance of New South Wales.
From a technical viewpoint, no.
And does it surprise you that the ATC is proceeding, given that on the 17th of November, Peter V'landys, head of Racing New South Wales, met with the Cabinet Office and said that he would keep all the funds from any sale for the benefit of the whole industry across Racing New South Wales, and he was also sceptical about any upgrade of Warwick Farm. So while he's supporting the sale of Rosehill, he's saying that the detail proposed by the ATC wouldn't be supported by Racing New South Wales. Doesn't that indicate that the ATC is a bit delusional in thinking that even if the membership, unlikely, but if the membership voted for this, that they could keep the funds and proceed with their plans?
I think there's a conflict, if you like, in all of that. The chairman and two other representatives of the ATC, board members of the ATC, are government appointees. And I think the chairman's direction is very much influenced by that. And obviously the Racing New South Wales situation. I believe that the conduct of it is basically, as you say, I think it was improperly presented. I don't think the board members were properly briefed. And I think if it had been addressed in a less dictatorial manner, you may have a different situation.
You've mentioned at the start of your submission your long-standing fellowship of the Institute of Chartered Accountants and also the Australian Institute of Company Directors. What are the implications for this under the Corporations Act for the ATC and the way they've handled this? In particular, the papers you referred to show that Steve McMahon from the ATC, an officer or official, and Will Murphy from the Cabinet Office on the 20th of November were drafting a press release for Chris Minns to announce the full sale of Rosehill and 25,000 new homes. That's before the ATC board had even considered it.
That's my understanding.
What are the implications of this in terms of good governance and the Corporations Act?
It's appalling governance. The executive have to act in accordance with the board. It is not the right of the executive to make decisions without board approval and board support on issues of this significance.
Right, and putting your accountancy hat on, Tony Harris, the former Auditor General in New South Wales and Parliamentary Budget Officer, has made a submission, and if I can just quote, Racing New South Wales financial statements have provisions that appear not to represent a present legal or constructive obligation as a result of a past event. And he points to what you might think of slush funds unspent or hollow logs, $116 million set aside for capital projects from their strategic plan, $36 million for clubs unspent, and $106 million for prize money unspent. Should Racing New South Wales be just sitting on this money unspent when there are pressing infrastructure needs that they say can only be funded by the sale of Rosehill?
Well, the simple answer is no. If you'd like me to go into the background, I'm happy
please
to do that. Historically, what used to occur with the principal club and then Racing New South Wales, when it took over the regulatory role, was it used to provide development funds under what was called the Racecourse Development Fund. And it would provide development funds to all clubs as and when needed in an appropriate manner. The terms of those funds were that whilst they were denoted as loans, they were interest-free and only ever repayable if the club went into administration or the property was sold. That is no longer what occurs. Now, as I mentioned in my submission, what occurs is funds are only available provided we, Racing New South Wales, can take total control. And it is most inappropriate, and it is thwarting the development of the industry with Racing New South Wales sitting on all these funds. What's more, in my submission, I refer to the accountability and transparency. The Racing New South Wales annual report is appalling. And it certainly doesn't comply with ASX standards of presentation and detail, nor general accounting standards and annual report and governance. It is really a closed, hidden shop. And all of the comments you make there are part of that. They just make a general reference, no detail.
And do you think Racing New South Wales is acting outside its statutory remit by building up an extensive real estate portfolio, inner city apartments, Lucent farms, hundreds of millions of dollars spent on real estate, when that money should be spent on racetrack upgrades that they say can only be funded by selling Rosehill?
Which I don't believe is the role of a regulatory body.
You think it's outside their statutory
Absolutely.
remit? Right? And it was never envisaged that racing would be run this way, that Racing New South Wales would just be a regulator rather than a real estate empire?
It was always envisaged that way when the Racing New South Wales was established. I think the first chairman was Bob Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
And it fundamentally took over the regulatory role solely from the principal club. A major change occurred in legislation introduced, and you'll excuse me for not being able to put a year to it, but the minister was Jackson. That gave extraordinary extension of powers to Racing New South Wales. And I've also mentioned in my submission, it is perceived and operated on within New South Wales on the basis they are not accountable to anybody and they are unrestricted in the way they conduct their operations.
Right, and finally, can I ask, you were a former AJC chairman. The former government, some 12 years ago, amalgamated the two clubs in Sydney, the STC and the AJC.
That's the time I'm talking about.
Yeah, and do you think it was possible that if the STC was still in place, they'd be selling Rosehill? And aren't we better off going back to a competitive model where 2 or 3 clubs control the tracks in Sydney instead of just one?
It may be better to go back to a model of 2 separate clubs. But I think the merger can still work. When I was in the chair, I had conversations with the STC chairman at the time about us doing it on a voluntary basis and on our terms, which didn't occur. I think the big thing about it is Racing New South Wales has now deprived the clubs of all authority or basically any decision-making of any serious consequence, certainly in relation to major policy, even down to the naming of races, has to be submitted for approval. The former STC chair, Ralph Lucas, shortly after the release of this announcement, made the comment that Rosehill should never be sold if any track had to be provided for as a contribution to housing, it should be Canterbury.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And thank you, Mr Hall, for coming today. You've talked about the fact that Racing New South Wales is not accountable to anyone, including the government. In your submission, you say that Racing New South Wales operates in a monopolistic, dictatorial manner. Do you feel that there is an urgent need for more oversight and accountability from the government in regards to Racing New South Wales?
I think what was interesting, and I do make reference to it in my submission, that Racing New South Wales sought an extension of the chairman's term by a further 2 years. If my understanding is correct, the bill, when it came to the Legislative Council, was possibly going to proceed, but with two significant changes. One was that the Auditor General had to become accountable, and the other, as I understand it, was that the Racing New South Wales had to report at least 6 monthly, I think it was, to the New South Wales Budgetary Committee. That would have been a step in at least getting some accountability, but it's only it was a good step. It was a good decision making, and had it been allowed to occur. But the changes need to be far more substantive than that. I've put in my submission, and there's long history to why monopolies, and particularly dictatorial monopolies, don't succeed in the long run. And unfortunately, that is what we have. And if you ask me why I form that view that they see themselves as totally standalone, that is from comments made to me by past directors of Racing New South Wales.
Very interesting. Thank you. And just sort of on a side from that, and I'm going back to your submission, you actually give some quite concerning examples around the conduct of Racing New South Wales, including paying a substantial sum to media organisations in exchange for ensuring that there's no criticism of its policies and performance. Do you know how much money is involved here, or what media outlets that this is involved in?
I think when I was still in the chair, the payment at that time, which is quite a long time ago, was $4 million a year.
And to which media outlets?
News Corp.
News Corp, thank you. Have you also...
I'm not sure what was paid to Fairfax. I don't know about that.
Thank you. Have you also heard about MPs being in Parliament being influenced by this? Have MPs been offered, or have you heard rumours about MPs being offered positive stories with those media outlets? Perhaps some of those media outlets that are given substantial sums of money in exchange for advocating for the position of Racing New South Wales in party rooms?
I'm not sure I can answer it directly, but I can, from information available to me and visually seeing it, tell you that Racing New South Wales puts a lot of emphasis on entertaining politicians.
But have you actually heard of, even if it's just a rumour, MPs being offered media stories in exchange for advocating for the position of Racing New South Wales?
No, I can't say I have.
You haven't?
No.
Okay, thank you. You also refer to a lack of transparency about Racing New South Wales Welfare Fund. Can you explain a little bit further about what your concerns are in regards to the transparency of that welfare fund? Do we know where any of that money is going?
No, we don't. No, what we do know, and once again, this is hearsay, if you like, and it's also what you see in the media. As you probably gathered already, and no doubt will, the racing industry is quite vibrant on discussion. And you will, welfare fund is only one of the funds managed by Racing New South Wales. They also control the Jockeys Trust and a number of similar trustee-type roles. From every race prize money, I think it's, look, I'm not sure of the actual percentage, but on a normal Saturday it's about $4,000 to $5,000 from every race goes to the welfare fund. It's deducted from the prize money. But if you read the annual reports, other than them being showed as a provision, there is really no explanation of how those monies are allocated, invested, etc. And there's much talk about a lot of properties that are being bought that are absolutely unsuitable for welfare. They're too small. And one of the ones that is getting a lot of coverage at the moment, and the trainer's just announced a major expansion of his operations on, was the Paul Fudge property down at Barrel that Racing New South Wales paid on, rumour is, in excess of 20 million. It's now been leased to Kieran Ma to operate as a training facility.
So sorry, for that 20 million for that Barrel property, you believe may have come from the welfare fund?
We don't know. There's no transparency to tell you.
Has anyone tried to get information about where the money is spent, that 4,000 to 5,000 that sort of obviously collects into this fund? Has anyone tried to get information as to where that actually gets
No, the new chairman of Racing New South Wales put a very bland statement out about, no doubt a self-promoting statement, but it had a small paragraph. It only talked about amount spent. It didn't say how, where, why.
Thank you. And sorry, just to go back to one of your other questions, you said that Racing New South Wales spends a large amount of money entertaining MPs. Do you have any idea around the ballpark around how much money is put into that?
No, I don't know the money.
No, I don't. Okay.
You've got to go to Everest Day, Emma, and have a look.
Don't think
You
I
know them
will.
all.
Yeah.
You know them all.
Well, I think there might have even been a trip overseas, may there not?
Well, we'll go to Mr. Nando now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hall, for your evidence this morning. Just refer to your submission. Were you privy to the nature of the discussion of the meeting on the 30th of October?
Which meeting was the 30th of October?
The meeting that took place between Mr. McMahon and the Premier.
No, only from the documents discovered.
Okay, so you're not privy to the nature of the discussion?
I do have a copy here, the Cabinet Office notes.
Understood, but you're not privy to the nature of the discussion that may or may not have taken place. Have you discussed the nature of those discussions with anyone that was there with respect to the nature of what took place?
Ring up Lindsay.
There was a lot of discussion because McMahon also is still an employee of the club.
No, I understand, but
Yeah.
with respect to that specific meeting that took place, because you've made an allegation in your submission about the nature of the discussion, what I'm seeking to understand is, were you either privy to that discussion, or do you know anyone that was privy to that discussion that has spoken directly to
No,
you?
my knowledge is simply a copy of the minutes of the Cabinet meeting with the Cabinet Office, and obviously a lot of discussion afterwards between members and interested parties.
Understood. I wouldn't expect you to answer this in the affirmative, but are you aware of the requirements of the unsolicited bid process?
I am,
You are?
yes.
Okay. Is it your contention that the requirements of the unsolicited bid process, since the bid was submitted in November, are being followed or not being followed at the moment?
I don't know what's occurred since, but obviously the lead up to it and the submission was not unsolicited.
Okay. But in terms of the process since the bid was submitted in November, your contention is not that the process is not being followed?
No, my submission is that it is not an unsolicited proposal because of what occurred prior to and up to lodgement. I have no knowledge of what's occurred since.
But you weren't privy to the discussions that took place beforehand?
It's very clear in the minutes of meeting.
The ATC has been seeking to redevelop its site since 2015, or roughly 2015, to incorporate some housing along the adjacent lands to the racecourse itself.
But it's not the racecourse.
Sorry, the ATC, apologies, has had plans since roughly 2015, is that correct, to incorporate some redevelopment of the adjacent lands?
Adjacent lands, yes.
Yes. Extensive investigations have taken place, presumably studies have taken place with respect to the viability of developing that land, we can assume.
The adjacent land, I understand, yes.
It wouldn't be unusual, would it, for well-established plans, 8-year plans, to be rethought or redesigned if there has been a well-publicised change in a government's priorities with respect to housing, with respect to transport funding, with respect to planning, if it meant a vision could potentially turn into a reality. That wouldn't be unusual, would it? Boards change plans.
It would be most unusual within a week.
That's right.
That's an own goal.
Out the window in 1 week.
The ATC stipulated to government on October 23, there is no plan to relocate, and racing would continue at Rosehill even if the surrounding development went ahead.
That's a
The
public
meeting
statement.
between McMahon and the Premier occurred on October 30, a week later.
My question to you is, it would not be unusual for boards to change their plans, would it?
No, not in the context of the way it's occurred. And yes, I've served on boards of large development companies.
If the delivery of a metro station would result in a significant boost to the value of a core ATC asset, in this case being the racecourse, as well as the surrounding land, would it not be contingent on the board to look at the proposal in detail, to keep an open mind to that proposal, to look at the commercial benefits, to look at the long-term industry benefits, and then put that to the membership? Would there not be a fiduciary duty, at least on the board, to explore the proposition?
Not in isolation.
In isolation
The board is the board of a racing club. It has a constitution, and its principal duty is to conduct racing for its members and the public. You cannot in isolation say we're going to just sell a core asset because it produces some money that may not be able to ever be used in the conduct and the continuing conduct of racing in Sydney at the standard at which it is conducted today. You cannot look at them in isolation.
Is the proposal, as you understand it, to look at the reinvestment of significant funds, if the proposal were to proceed, into improving the spectator experience, improving racing infrastructure, improving training, improving animal welfare? Are they all not contingent on the proposal going ahead? And is that not ostensibly looking at the long-term benefits to the industry?
But where and by whom?
By the ATC.
No, with respect. Once again, Cabinet submission. The key elements of Racing New South Wales proposed legislation reform include ensuring the ATC is governed by an appropriate skills-based board, and I've commented on that in my submission. That is simply saying, in real terms, please give us total control of ATC. Secondly, reform to ensure that the revenue derived from the ATC proposal is reinvested to benefit the racing industry as a whole. It is an ATC asset. It's an ATC core asset. And Racing New South Wales has submitted to the Cabinet Office they want legislative change to take control of the funds.
If we were to assume that legislative change did not take place and was not part of this proposal, it's the case, is it not, that if the ATC were legally obliged to spend the money on the purposes that it has stated that it wants to spend the money from the proposal on, that New South Wales would have a competitive advantage over other jurisdictions with respect to the amount of money that would be invested in the thoroughbred racing industry.
Can we go back to what I just said? And I've elaborated on in my submission. Racing in Sydney without Rosehill will decline substantially. And don't have any doubts about that. And I heard Gay Waterhouse give evidence, it's also in my submission, what happened to the trotting industry when it moved out of Harold Park. Same thing occurred in Melbourne when it went out to Melton. What you're trying to say to me is, well, grab the money and then we'll work out how to spend it. But the reality is there is no viable alternative to Rosehill. And without two major Group 1 tracks, Sydney racing will deteriorate substantially. And Victoria, if you want to promote Victoria, they have 3 quality Group 1 tracks. One of the questions I heard when I was listening to Gay's and John's session was Warwick Farm. Now, I was the chairman of the AJC when we conducted the 1 in 100 year flood event studies on Warwick Farm. There is no ability to expand Warwick Farm. It is bounded by, on the one side, the river, and on the other side by the Hume Highway. It can never be made into a quality Group 1 track to carry a burden that would be placed upon it if Rosehill was sold. Canterbury will never be a Group 1 track. And when you talk about Gay, her father used to refuse to race at Canterbury.
What about the brick pit?
The brick pit's a myth. It is so tiny in area, let alone the environmental situation as to whether it's ever able to be used. It can never form a Group 1 track. A Group 1 track requires expanse. It requires long straights. It's farcical.
Mr. Latham, and then we'll...
Just to follow up Mr. Nanva's point about the 8-year plan that the ATC had for developing what was apartments on the car parks adjoining James Roos Drive, also a hotel with 3,000 residents. The documents you've looked at show that would yield a return of $600 million to the ATC, which is exactly the amount of money that they need to raise for the upgrade of Warwick Farm, Canterbury and Randwick. So how do we explain the fact that they had the problem solved with the 8-year plan, but 11 days later, on the 6th of November, Chris Minns, as head of the Cabinet Office, is developing a document to show how you can sell the whole of Rosehill? Why do that when the problem had already been solved with the 8-year plan as part of the Camellia Rosehill Place strategy, to have 3,000 residence apartments, raise $600 million in the car parks, keep racing at Rosehill, and upgrade the other places that need the infrastructure support?
No, I couldn't agree more.
How could that happen? It's a Minns miracle, isn't it? That within 11 days...
It's a bit like the one-week turnaround in the attitude and stance of the ATC board.
Well, they didn't look at it until the 21st of November.
I know.
They didn't know any of this was happening.
No, but
they didn't know the day before they met. McMahon's drafting a press release with the Cabinet Office for Minns to announce the full sale.
True.
How could this happen?
Well, it shouldn't happen.
Thank you.
Dr. Kane.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall, for coming along today and your submission. Forgive me, I'm probably one of the less well-versed in the area of racing. I just wanted to understand a bit more. You're here currently in your capacity as an individual with obviously a vast history, but do you hold any positions, sorry, I'm sorry if I missed this at the beginning, do you hold any formal positions now that are involved in this proposal or with the organisations involved?
No, I do not. Nor do I have any financial interest of any kind.
Okay, so your submission and your evidence here today is as an interested commentator on...
A little more than that, with respect. I'm at least third generation racing people. I served on the West Tamworth Turf Club committee when I was 21 to about 23, and then I came to Sydney. I served on the AJC committee for 12 years as either treasurer or chair. And yes, I still own horses. I'm very involved in the industry, and I very strongly believe, and I heard John and Gay mention it, that the club structure is a most important structure in the advancement of racing.
I appreciate that, and I do appreciate the level of expertise. So it was not meant to suggest otherwise. More just in terms of the sequence of events that you have commented on was my reflection, that you weren't directly involved with those. You have obviously a vast experience, but the direct events that we're talking about, you don't have the line of sight of being someone directly involved. In that sense, you are someone relying on the evidence that we have before us.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
One last question from Mr. Fang, and that will conclude the session.
Mr. Hall, thank you for appearing today. Just in relation to the questions that Dr. Kane was just asking you, is it fair to say that the mere fact that you aren't involved in the intricate details of this proposal, yet you have vast experience in the racing industry over multiple decades on a number of levels, provides you a unique insight to be able to comment on not only the documents that you have, and the understanding of the process behind operations like the ATC, but also because you're not involved, you're able to provide a unfiltered view of what you believe is before the members and the government as an unsolicited proposal.
I think that's a fair comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, for your attendance. That concludes your evidence before the inquiry, and the committee will now recess till 1:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
much. It being 1:30, we will continue the hearing. Welcome, Mr. Darren McDonald. Thank you very much for being here today. Would you like to, first of all, state your position, title, and to also outline whether you'll be taking the oath or affirmation today and to undertake it, please?
Darren McConnell, Vice President of the New South Wales Racehorse Owners Association, and yes, I'll be taking the oath.
And if you could take the oath now, please.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. And would you like to make a short opening statement at all?
Not at this stage, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up for committee questions. Does anyone wish to kick off? Lunch break? Okay, then I will start. So, Mr. McConnell, in the submission you've outlined on behalf of the owners, what is the perspective of the owners when it comes to a transaction at Rosehill?
When the information became available to us, pretty much as ATC members rather than as an association, in February of this year, we surveyed our membership. Our current membership is about 1,500 members, both paying and non-paying. It's a voluntary organisation. And we surveyed our members with three basic questions about the sale proposal. Were they aware of the proposal? And 93% of those respondents, were 131 respondents, or about 8%, indicated they were. The follow-up question was, do you of the proposed sale and what you know about it, do you support the sale of Rosehill or not? And we had a mixed response. 59% didn't support the proposal, and 41% either were undecided or were for the proposal of the sale. On that basis, the association is still seeking further information before making a position on whether we as a board support it or not on behalf of our members.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. And what sort of role would the board have, or the Racehorse Owners Association have, in determining any sale support? Have you had any discussions with the ATC seeking your support or endorsement?
We haven't, from our understanding, unless we are ATC members, we won't have any position in deciding the sale. We don't get a vote as such. We have had a briefing similar to the briefing provided to ATC members at the forum by Steve McMahon in May of this year to the board about exactly the information that we understand was presented to the ATC members at that forum.
Thank you. And what percentage of your members would be ATC members as well? Do you have any figures on that?
At this stage, less than 10%.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll seek if any other members of the committee have any
could
questions.
I ask Mr. McConnell to say thank you for appearing. Do you receive funding from Racing New South Wales?
We receive sponsorship for hosting the awards. We host the Racing Night of Champions. As part of that, we also host New South Wales Racing Awards, and we receive funding for hosting those awards on that night.
About $50,000?
Last year, that was correct, yes.
Yeah, and Racing New South Wales, it seemed unilaterally just cut that off in 2020. Why do you think that was?
I wasn't on the board at that stage, so I was unable to answer that.
The suggestion, it was to sort of teach you a lesson that, you know, they can control the money, $50,000 for your flagship event, the Racing Awards night, and that it was just cut off without explanation, but then restored after COVID, almost to say, you better dance to the Piper's tune.
Again, I wasn't on the board until I got elected as a casual vacancy in 2022 in October, and then since then I've been on the board. So in 2020, I'm not aware of that, unfortunately.
Okay. What you know over the proposal to sell Rosehill, so that becomes like Hong Kong with 160-storey apartment blocks, no horse racing there. So we've then got Warwick Farm, Canterbury and Randwick. Racing New South Wales has said they're against any upgrade of Warwick Farm. Where do you think your owners would like to race their horses if they had a good horse and all we've got is Randwick?
Hard for me to know where all our owners, as I said, there's a quite split in our owners supporting or not that, but you know, as an owner, your goal is obviously to race metropolitan Saturday races, so wherever that may be.
Well, you've got a really good horse. You want to race in the Group 1. I'm a racehorse owner. None of mine have been quite that quick, but and I wasn't part of your survey. But if we're just stuck with Randwick as a Group 1 track, as Gai Waterhouse and John O'Shea indicated earlier on, and they know a little bit about it, that's not as good as having Rosehill and Randwick for Group 1 racing, is it?
Again, if that's all that's available based on the, then I assume all owners want to race again for the highest prize money and the best.
Yeah. What do you think of the
option,
brick pit proposal that Mr. Volandis has leaked into the media?
Again, until there's more information, we haven't made a position on whether we support or oppose that.
Right. What about going out to Penrith Lakes?
Again, if that's the best training option, then we will evaluate that when more detail becomes available.
You're not worried about flooding next to a lake?
No, I'm not.
What about upgrading
scientist,
Hawkesbury? Upgrading Hawkesbury?
Fantastic if it happens, but yes, again, our owners haven't indicated whether they are keen to see 3 tracks upgraded or 1 track or just better facilities. Our owners, we advocate on behalf of race day experiences, so if the best race day experience at Hawkesbury, then our owners were very, very happy.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Chidhope and then Mr. Fang.
Mr. McConnell, when did you first find out about this proposal?
Personally or as a board?
Well, personally and as a board.
Personally in December when it was released in the paper, and then as an ATC member subsequently in February. As a board, we have several ATC members as board members, and they were aware at the same time.
And in respect of the proposal going forward, how do you understand that the proposal will be dealt with going forward?
It seems to us that there's a lot of negotiation to be had between now and when a finalised proposal is potentially released, and that will be in the hands of obviously the government and ATC.
So when you say you've surveyed your
Wales.
members about whether they support the proposal, what do you understand the proposal to be?
At the time, we understood the proposal to be the information that was released to us as ATC members, and we've then passed that on. So the statements that were made by the ATC regarding the proposal, the upgrade of the sale of Rosehill, the upgrading of potential new sites, new training facilities, and then potentially the windfall in terms of money, which would be then reinvested.
So was that how you drafted it?
Yes,
The survey?
it wasn't. The draft was, the question was exactly, are you aware of the current proposal for the sale of Rosehill?
And 58% said yes.
93% of those people indicated that they were aware of the proposal.
Okay, sorry.
And then 59% of those people said they were against it, but 41% said they were either for it or undecided. We didn't provide them exactly what the proposal
59
was.
against.
Sorry?
59% against.
59 against and 41 were
Oh, I
undecided.
said the opposite.
13.
And what was the breakdown of the undecided and
It's about
against?
13 and
Four.
13-4.
Okay.
13, yep.
Yep.
So on some of the reports, there will be the return to the ATC of potentially $5 billion. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And was that part of what you said?
No, again,
or
we didn't
suggesting
provide-
was
we
the
didn't-
proposal was?
Sorry, we did not provide the exact proposal to the members. We were keen to understand if they'd been across what was outlined in the press and what was outlined by the ATC. We didn't, again, give them, here's the proposal. We gave them a link to where there was more information.
Where do most of your owners have their training facilities?
I would suggest that predominantly they are Sydney-based. We do have some more regional members in New South Wales, but predominantly our membership made up of Sydney-centric. So that would be, again, probably across all training facilities.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Following on from what Mr. Chidhope was just asking, my question was actually going to be in relation to the owners that are at Rosehill and have their training facilities there, how many are supportive?
We didn't break down our response by that. We don't have, unfortunately, can't answer that.
Would you say that it's your role to advocate for those owners that have training facilities at Rosehill?
It would be part of our responsibility, but also advocate for those owners who are members of our association.
I understand that, but I guess who acts as the advocate for the trainers that have their facilities at Rosehill?
I don't act on behalf of the trainers.
The members that have their horses at under those trainers, how do they feel about their likely training position being sold up? Have you spoken to those owners that have their horses based at Rosehill?
There have been owners who approached us who have horses at Rosehill, and again, some are based on our surveys, some are against it and some are for it. But again, we don't break down our ownership by where their trainers are at, unfortunately, so I can't give you exactly how many trainers our owners have horses with at Rosehill or other areas.
But do you think that might have been, I don't know, some of the metrics you might have used to determine when you were doing a survey? Because obviously there will be, as you've rightly said, trainers and owners who have their facilities based in regional areas. They have, there are owners and trainers that have their facilities based in other locations, but predominantly this issue, in the short term at least, will impact those owners and the trainers that are based at Rosehill. Isn't their view the one that's likely the most important?
They're probably the most affected. Whether their view is the most important in an association is questionable, but I'm more than happy to obviously look at that in the future. But as I indicated earlier, we were awaiting further information before we went in whether to decide to advocate either way at this stage.
And we know that, I guess, part of the proposal involves alternatives being progressed. So, there's obviously been discussions about a racetrack being built at the Brick Pit in Sydney Olympic Park. There's talk of a equine facility upgrade to the equestrian centre, and I guess there's been discussions around some of the more the more country regional tracks being upgraded in order to improve facilities, I guess, across the Racing New South Wales area. Have you been consulted at all as to what is on the table, what will be done with the money? Because there's obviously a lot of money that will flow from this. It's going to potentially provide places like rural regional New South Wales a windfall for their facilities, but that's only if it goes to those facilities and not into Racing New South Wales coffers. Have you got any assurances as to what's going to be on the table?
No, we received no assurances about where the money would flow, other than, again, what was provided in the briefing we were given by the ATC.
When you surveyed your members, did you ask what it was by way of facilities, upgrades, track improvements that they thought were the priority for this money if it was to go ahead?
Not in the initial survey, no.
Have you thought about what priorities would be required by your members to, I guess, rubber stamp an approval like this? Have they indicated to you where they would like to see money spent and what priorities?
At this stage, no one has indicated how they would like to see the money spent, and no priorities. We believe it's far too early to start to think about what the priorities might be for our owners until there's an outcome.
So if there's no priority as to what's being, I guess, spent, purchased, improved, there's no plan that's on the table, there's no, I guess, approved a proposal that's. What have you surveyed? Other than just, is it just that you're aware that it's happening, and are you? What is it your members have said? 59% they're against.
They're against the proposal that was presented by the ATC that was made public, and that's what they vote. That's what they responded to. There wasn't a question about where would you like the money that potentially come from the sale spent, or what priorities would you have, or how many training facilities would you like to have. It was purely around their acknowledgement that there was a proposal, and in its current form, did they support it or oppose it?
So, given that there's an absolute lack of detail, and I've been trying to drill down on what detail has been put or asked for or progressed by the association to your members and your members responded to, they've basically really just agreed to the sale of Rosehill, but with no detail. Is that correct?
They haven't agreed to it. As I said,
Well, sorry, they've 41% agreed with the
agreed
concept
or
of.
undecided.
Yes.
Based
So
on
just
further information.
just on that point, so your evidence before, if I was correct, was that 59% are against,
Correct.
13% for. Is that right?
Yes.
And then the remainder, 28%
28%
undecided.
Undecided.
Thank you, just for clarification.
That's correct.
Okay, well that's yes, it's even more damning. Thank you.
Ms Hurst.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the questions that were asked by the Honourable Mark Latham. He was asking about funding from Racing New South Wales for the Racing Night of Champions, which is, I believe, is an award ceremony.
That's correct.
That you put on. If Racing New South Wales pulled out of their funding for future events, would that awards night be able to continue?
Yes, it will continue. It's continued. Unfortunately, I wasn't here in 2020, but I believe it still went ahead in 2020, even without the Racing New South Wales money. And it will go ahead regardless of whether we host their awards or we just our own.
Okay, so it doesn't rely on the funding of
No.
Racing New South Wales, in your
No.
opinion? And could I also ask you, Mr McConnell, have you spoken to anyone at Racing New South Wales or the ATC about the evidence that you were planning to give here today?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Namber.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr McConnell, for your evidence today. Would it be fair to say that your members would agree that no change or even limited amounts of change to, in the long run, to the industry's infrastructure, spectator experience, financial underpinnings is not an option, that something should be done to improve race day experience and the facilities and incentives to race?
I think there's certainly an appetite from our membership to improve things like race day experience and prize money distribution, all those things that we advocate on their behalf for, definitely.
So the status quo is not an option?
Not from our perspective. We would like to see things change.
Do you believe it's a risk that in the longer term, if we don't invest in upgrading those facilities, shoring up the financial underpinnings of the industry, improve incentives for trainers and owners to run horses, New South Wales could well get left behind as a thoroughbred racing destination compared to other jurisdictions?
It's a fairly large question to speculate on. Look, I think continued investment is required. I'm not sure we'll be left behind. We seem to be in a fairly strong position comparative to the other jurisdictions at this stage.
With respect to some of the proposals that are being put forward by the ATC, should the sale of Rosehill go ahead, we are talking about things like a training centre of excellence, upgraded tracks, upgraded stables, improving the spectator experience, lifestyle precincts, improved animal welfare investments, etc. I assume if you were to survey your members, they would all be in favour of those initiatives?
Yeah, look, I think, again, improvements in race day experience, horse welfare, are things that we advocate strongly for and our members feel strongly about. So if there are improvements in that area, definitely our members will be supportive of those.
But wouldn't want to pay out of their own pocket to deliver it?
I would suggest that most of our members believe they pay enough as an owner, let alone paying any more.
Worthy investments, but no money ostensibly to deliver them.
That's right.
If there were legal guarantees that the proceeds from any sale would result in those initiatives, do you think there would be a change in the proportion of your membership that would be in favour of the proposal? I suppose I'm asking, are your members keeping an open mind?
I think they are keeping an open mind with, as I said, 28% undecided. That's a fair amount of people undecided. And whilst there's at this stage a majority against, if there's more information which is better articulated and about the benefits to owners, then I think they would be potentially undecided and may change their mind. But again, until that information becomes available, I can't speculate on how they might vote or what their position may be. And as I indicated before, our members don't get to vote unless they're ATC members at this stage.
Would it be fair to say the proportion of your members that have answered the survey as being against might be operating in a vacuum and not have sufficient information to make an informed decision?
Who wrote that question?
That's potentially what you could draw that conclusion, but I can't agree or disagree with that statement.
Thank you. Mr McConnell, given that on your evidence 59% of your members have indicated that they're against the proposal, you've only had 13% indicate that they're actually for the proposal, why has the board refrained from making a decision one way or the other as to whether they support the proposal?
We didn't believe it was in our interest, or the best interest of our members at this stage, to go out with a position supporting or opposing the proposal until we had further information.
So when does the board propose to make their determination as to whether they support or oppose the
When there's
proposal?
further information about what the outcome of the proposal might be and whether it does actually in fact go ahead.
Okay. So would that be following an ATC vote, so to speak, that would actually confirm that it was a real proposal, or prior to, or?
Again, I don't know the timings. If there was further information which was quite comprehensive, we may make a position clearer prior to that.
Thank you. Further questions?
Yeah, Mr McConnell, have you got any horses with Chris Waller?
No.
No. Mr Waller has indicated his opposition to the sale of Rosehill and also dissatisfaction with the alternative that's been put for a training centre at Horsley Park. In the competitive nature of racing between New South Wales and Victoria, you know, the Waller training establishment's been taking up more opportunities in Victoria, the Williams property there and a few other farms on the outskirts of Melbourne. Isn't it logical that if our leading trainer is unhappy with what's happening in New South Wales, as he's indicated, that he'll do more out of Victoria where they have these facilities there that he's been using anyway?
As you would well know, training is a fairly competitive industry. If Mr Waller chooses to go to Victoria, that's his choice, but I'm sure owners would like to be raced where their best prize money is, and if that's New South Wales, they'll remain here, despite who the trainer may be.
Right, but wouldn't it be sensible for the ATC and Racing New South Wales to have consulted first with Chris Waller, Gai Waterhouse, John O'Shea, the other trainers in New South Wales, particularly those at Rosehill, led by Chris Waller, before going down this path for risk of empowering Victoria? I mean, the whole Volandis strategy has been a jihad against Victoria. And now we're playing into their hands, aren't we, with this proposal that's met the opposition of our leading trainer, Chris Waller?
Again, again, hard for me to speak on behalf of our members of whether consulting trainers is what's required. They probably would have asked why didn't they consult owners first as well, but that didn't happen either.
Well, that's a good question too. Why didn't they consult anyone?
Again, I can't answer that.
Yeah, at least you've consulted your membership. Why do you think it's not been done that way? Why was it all done in secret, where the government actually solicited the proposal and the ATC has been stampeded on the possibility of a metro station, and what appears to be one of the weirdest statements I've ever seen, where the document that was put to the ATC board says, oh, we can play a role in solving New South Wales's housing crisis. Are we here for racing or for housing?
Yeah, and I can't answer why they didn't consult. I would prefer that they did consult us, but I can't answer why they didn't.
Thank you.
Any further questions from committee members? I think you might be excused, Mr McConnell, unless there's any last questions. Thank you very much for your evidence here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee now may recess briefly until 2:15, when we have our
Bring
next
them in
witnesses.
early.
Sorry?
Western
They're
Syd-
unfortunately not
Western
here.
Sydney guys from Birchgrave. Bring
They're
them in
unfortunately
early.
not here.
Could I indicate I'd like to go into a deliberative with the committee?
Okay, that is fine. We unfortunately will have to take a break now. We will clear the room and the committee will enter into a deliberative meeting
Okay, I'm going to do that.
now, once the room's cleared. Thank you very much, and we will resume at 2:15 for the panel of Mr Leto, Borgia and Tulip. Thank you very much. Okay. We're back on air. Thank you very much for rejoining us, and we will commence the session a little bit early, and thanks to the witnesses for their indulgence in that. We might now go through, and if all the witnesses from my left to right, starting with Mr. Leto, would go through and indicate their name, position, and swear either the oath or affirmation, please.
Adam Leto, CEO, Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Borger.
David Borger, Executive Director of Business, Western Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Borger. And Mr. Tulip.
My name's Peter Tulip. I'm Chief Economist at the Centre for Independent Studies. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leto, would you like to start by making a short opening statement, and then I'll afford that opportunity to all other witnesses as well.
So the Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue strongly supports the ATC's Rosehill Gardens Racecourse Unsolicited proposal to transform Rosehill into a vibrant new urban city centred on its own Sydney Metro station. Commend the ATC for their vision. We see Rosehill as an exciting, once-in-a-generation opportunity to catalyse the broader transformation of Rosehill and Camilla into a vibrant new urban area. Promises to deliver much-needed housing, co-located with world-class transport connections, and has the potential to unlock a new wave of economic activity. This proposal will deliver 25,000 new homes and an additional Metro West station, addressing the housing crisis, and would maximise both the public benefit and return on the New South Wales Government's $25 billion investment in Sydney Metro West. The initiative also aligns with the recently announced transport-oriented development principles. It would promote sustainable growth, reduce reliance on private vehicles, and enhance community amenity in GWS.
Thank you, Mr. Leto. Mr. Borger.
Business Western Sydney is a not-for-profit organisation representing more than 130 of the region's largest organisations in business, industry, government and community. Our advocacy priorities are to support private and public sector investment that makes Western Sydney a better place to live, work and play and learn. The proposed development will result in the creation of 25,000 new homes, providing much-needed housing and revitalising an industrial precinct that has experienced decline since the 1970s. The significant increase in housing supply will help address Sydney's housing crisis and contribute to the overall economic growth of Western Sydney. We fully support the opportunity to have an additional Metro West station in Western Sydney, close to Parramatta. We think it'll supercharge the economic growth of that broader city.
Thank you, Mr. Borger. And Dr. Tulip.
So the CIS didn't make a formal submission to this inquiry. We strongly support the development, but essentially for the same reasons that were given by Mr. Leto and Mr. Borger. And they're general issues that apply to housing policy in all other locations. So if I could, I'd just like to take this opportunity to say what I think are those key issues in housing policy, and related to that, what I hope will be some of the recommendations from your report. And in particular, I want to talk a little bit about where we agree on housing policy and where we disagree, because I think that would benefit from some clarification. We agree, I think, that housing affordability is one of the biggest issues, biggest social problems facing us. And I think there's also agreement that the solution is a large increase in housing supply, especially along transport corridors. Both the Liberal and Labor parties agree that that can be delivered by setting ambitious housing targets for local councils and enforcing those with strict deadlines and sanctions. And all of that, I think, is quite consistent with Rosehill being redeveloped. So where do we disagree? Now, Mr. Farlow, you've criticised the government for announcing its preferred controls before it announced its targets. And I think that's a fair point, though I don't actually know anyone that cares about that.
Well, I do, but anyway.
The really important difference, from what I can see, between the Liberal and Labor parties is that the government has announced numerical targets with explicit state controls that would apply if councils fail to meet them, whereas the opposition hasn't yet. So the main guide we have as to what the opposition, as to the targets and remedies that the opposition would enact are those that were in place when the opposition was in the government. But in my view, I think those policies were a failure. They were leading to increasingly expensive housing. And so I hope that the opposition will announce something better, and expect that. Now, I think it is fair to point out that the Liberal Party, the Labor Party, the Greens have very strong NIMBY elements that oppose new housing. And within the Labor and Liberal parties, my understanding is that those elements are probably a minority.
AJP and Nats don't count.
Though they do control the pre-selection of several politicians. In my view, the only way that New South Wales will make housing affordable is if those opponents of new housing are told that they need to accept more density for the wider good. And that's what I hope will be the main message that your report conveys. And be interested to hear if you have different views.
Thank you very much. Well, this is not a conversation, but anyway. Dr. Chulip, I'll start with you then. In terms of this proposal, so it has been characterised as an unsolicited proposal. Now, the government were provided, we know from advice from Standing Order 52, with 4 options, one being a direct deal joint venture, one being a direct deal either proponent or government-led, one being the unsolicited proposal, and one being a compulsory acquisition. If the ATC weren't to have brought this proposal, and if the members of the ATC don't in fact vote to support this proposal, do you think that the government should undertake a compulsory acquisition of the site?
No, I don't. In general, the CIS opposes compulsory acquisition. But we think people should be allowed to do what they want with their own property. And if people want to build apartments on their property, they should be allowed to do it. If they want to have it as detached housing or as a racetrack, that should be the decision of the landowner. That said, I do support the proposal, which I think was in the Sydney YIMBY submission, that if this proposal doesn't go ahead, it should be rezoned for the value of the land should be its highest value use, which would be $5 billion. And so the ATC should pay rates and land tax consistent with that. And that, I think, would essentially have the effect of strongly encouraging them to redevelop the property.
Thank you, Dr. Chulip. If I could open that question up as well to Mr. Borger and Mr. Leto.
Yeah, look, I think the opportunity for housing only comes with the potential for transport access. It wouldn't make any sense to have tens of thousands of apartments at Rosehill, which has some constraints in terms of road access, unless there was really excellent public transport.
But if the government foreseeably were to say that we would build the metro under a compulsory acquisition, we will acquire the site, build a metro and also develop the homes, is that something you'd support?
Look, I think it's an option open to government. Compulsory acquisition's there for good reasons, where there's a clear public purpose. I think that would certainly enable maximum uplift for the public, for the community. But I also understand, we're dealing with a situation where there's a long-term owner of the site, an important part of the community of Sydney, and I think the government's trying to have this negotiation via the USP. The USP came to the government, not the other way around, so they're dealing with that and responding to that. And I think that's the first cab off the rank to deal with the proposal that's on the table at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Borger. Mr. Leto?
I would agree with that. I think the public benefit needs to be considered in the broader context of the development. I also think that the industry concerns, that some of the issues that have been raised by the racing fraternity, by the community, need to be considered. I think compulsory acquisition would be a last resort, as far as we would see it. And I'd like to think that there's enough value and enough economic and renewal drivers that would be seen by the industry. I think the council, as far as I see it and have heard, they're supportive of it. I think industry associations like David's and others see some merit and value in it. But I don't think we can ignore the concerns and issues raised by the racing fraternity either.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Leto. Further questions from the committee? Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the 3 gentlemen who've appeared. Are any of you, or a combination of you, familiar with the Camellia Rosehill Place strategy? Because as Mr. Nanva pointed out earlier on, there's been 8 years of study into this precinct that's reached certain conclusions, and none of you mentioned those in the submission. So how much do you know about this place strategy?
I think there's been different versions of the Camellia Place strategy, which seeks to maximise the opportunities of the light rail station at Camellia to provide more housing. And I think the Camellia Place strategy is there needs to be a place strategy, a rezoning proposal before housing can occur anywhere. But I think the fact that you've got a light rail stop provides opportunities to get more housing into that precinct and to hopefully rehabilitate, some pretty damaged land in a pretty good location within Sydney. If you dropped a map in the very centre of Sydney, it'd probably land in Camellia or Rosehill. So this is, in the middle of the metropolis. It's a good location generally for housing.
The play strategy was finalised in 2022, and the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure had a workshop reporting on its strategic objectives on the 15th of March. Do you know the upper limit of dwellings that they set for the Rosehill Camellia precinct?
I couldn't say exactly. I thought it was around 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000.
Yeah.
Why do you want to go to 35,000, given that at 10,000 new dwellings it opened up a $673 million infrastructure funding gap? Why do you want to go to 35,000 and open up a multi-billion dollar funding gap for the people who might live there?
Yeah, I think we're in a crisis. Our children are moving to Queensland because they can't afford to live in the city anymore. We need well-supplied, well-located housing. And, in that crisis, 30 beats 10 any day of the week.
Doesn't it?
More housing is better for our community.
Okay.
And I think the metro's a step change up. The carrying capacity of a metro far greater than a light rail stop.
Right, and that play strategy had a look at a metro at Camellia, and it was ruled out because of flooding and contamination. Have you looked at any of the flood reports about Rosehill Racecourse?
I haven't in detail, no.
You haven't, but you think a metro's feasible?
Well, I think a metro's going to be there anyway. The train line's running underneath the whole precinct, and the uplift value for potentially $5 billion is really significant, and I think the uplift value could pay for a lot of the public infrastructure that's required to overcome some of those challenges.
You haven't looked at the flood reports because in January of this year, the Department of Planning received the flood report and civil engineering report that at page 10 and 11 says the following are known flooding hotspots. And they list 4 of them, including Rosehill Racecourse. Are you confident they're going to build a metro on a flooding hotspot?
Well, I'm confident that the government's going through a process to look at the unsolicited proposal and to consider the opportunity of a contribution for additional metro station. I'm confident that our engineers will look at all of those issues.
Well, they have, and they've described it as a flooding hotspot, the same as Camellia was ruled out.
Western Sydney's full of flooding hotspots. The entire Parramatta CBD is a flooding hotspot, the entire CBD, but we can't walk away from that now. If there's a 1 in 1,000 year event, most of Parramatta's underwater. We have to learn to live with flooding. We have to learn to build cities to overcome these constraints, and I've got no doubt good engineers can resolve those issues.
If that's the case then, Mr. Borger, are you an advocate for opening up the Hawkesbury area that Minns has said that, or the Premier has said that they won't be building on now?
Yeah, I don't have any particular comment on the Hawkesbury area.
Can I just ask this?
What about contamination? Do you know the level of contamination on Rosehill Racecourse? The Camellia Metro was ruled out because of flooding and contamination. Yeah. The Racecourse has said to flood here in this report to planning. What about contamination? What research have you done there?
So I think in general terms, the Camellia area has had a long history of industrial development and activity, including the James Hardie factory and other places. As far as I know, the Racecourse has been fairly pristine land for a very long time. And so we don't know until all of those, soil samples are undertaken and detailed research is undertaken. But we think it's far less likely that Rosehill is heavily contaminated in the way that Camellia is heavily contaminated.
I don't know what happened there 100 years ago on the Racecourse, because William Murphy from the Premier's Department wrote to his colleagues on the 15th of December saying the ATC has conducted contamination testing across its site and it has found contamination and it needs more testing. So there's no guarantee here a metro is happening for exactly the same reasons it didn't happen at Camellia. And your submission and that of Peter McGorran places a lot of weight on a metro. You talk about it like it's a fait accompli, it's about to be built. Wouldn't it have been a lot smarter for the ATC to say to the government, you guarantee us the feasibility of the metro and then we'll think about the sale? All they've got out of the government so far is some further examination of whether a metro can happen. Wouldn't it be smarter from the interests of the ATC to say we want to guarantee the metro will be built?
Yeah, I can't advise the ATC. All I know is that we've had other precincts within Sydney where we've been able to overcome massive contamination issues. Roads is probably the best example. People didn't think roads could be built, but it's actually one of the nicest places in Sydney to live now.
One of the nicest places. You know the population density that you're putting on Rosehill, which will have 160-storey apartments like Hong Kong, is 60% denser than Rhodes, 270% denser than Pyrmont, 120% denser than Wentworth Park. Now, I've been around Western Sydney a little while, and the whole historic battle is we've always had an imbalance between population and jobs. What you're advocating is to make things worse, more people and fewer jobs, because you take away the jobs at Rosehill for racing and all the functions that are conducted there. Why are you advocating against the interests of Western Sydney? Why aren't you talking about increased density on the North Shore instead of this abomination at Rosehill that will have a population density 55 times higher than the rest of Sydney? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Just on the jobs, well, I'm actually quite happy to be supporting housing for Sydney, but
Where's
in terms
the
of if I could answer the question,
Mr.
Mark,
Borger answer, please.
in terms of employment, the biggest job fall of any precinct in Sydney in the last 30 years has been Camellia. It was formerly the home of manufacturing for Sydney. Very few of those jobs exist. It has incredible low job density, and generally a racecourse would have fairly low job density as well. I mean, some casual jobs on race days, some trainer jobs, of course, but considering the scale of that land, the job density at Rosehill would be amongst the smallest in Sydney. Now, an opportunity to build a metro station is also an opportunity to build jobs. It shouldn't just be a housing precinct. We should be looking for opportunities for commercial offices, for retail, and for other things that make a place good, but also provide
You don't understand
employment.
the full-time jobs at Rosehill for the trainers.
Mr. Latham, I think Dr. Tulip wanted to...
Hundreds.
If I could just say that I strongly agree with what Mr. Latham is saying there about the misallocation of housing in Sydney. And we put out a report, the Independent Studies put out a report just about a year ago saying where we most need more housing is in the eastern suburbs and the North Shore, where housing is most overpriced. And we need housing everywhere. The priorities should be putting it where there's the biggest excess demand. There are places more deserving than Rosehill. That's true. That's not a reason for not doing it at Rosehill.
Can I
just
pick
ask
up
one specific question?
Wait, let Mr.
Just
Leto answer
to
that
pick
as
up on a couple of points that Mark made. In terms of connections to jobs, I think the dialogue, and not speaking on behalf of David as well, but knowing what David's said in the past around making sure that homes and communities have access to jobs, having Parramatta located within a short light rail distance, as well as a potential metro station or a rail connection, is the sort of development that we want to see in Western Sydney. We want to see jobs located close, homes located close to jobs. And that's what I think this development is premised upon. I think in terms of some of the other issues that Mark raised, I think one of the key things in our proposal or submission is that we want to see the funds allocated from this proposed sale go back into racing infrastructure in Western Sydney. We want to see the Golden Slipper stay in Western Sydney. That's important. We see it as a signature event for the region, and that needs to stay. We'd like to see an upgrade to Warwick Farm and to Canterbury, and the sales of the Rosehill development go into upgrading some of those facilities.
So to that question on the Golden Slipper, do you think the Golden Slipper could be held at Warwick Farm?
Not in the current state, no.
No.
And Randwick, you're taking jobs out of Western Sydney and putting the event in Eastern Sydney.
Yeah, and we don't want that.
To that point, though, have you
Birchgrove.
investigated the brick pit as well as a potential opportunity for racing, and what's your perspective on that?
I think if there's an alternative in Western Sydney, then it should be investigated. And whether it's Sydney Olympic Park or elsewhere, that's up for the ADC and for the analysts to decide. But certainly we do support that. We support upgraded facilities. I know there's a centre of excellence proposed for Horsley Park. We think that's an opportunity that is too good to be ignored. But we definitely do want to see Warwick Farm not get lost in his conversation. It's used for Wednesday track meets at the moment. It can be doing more. And in terms of being able to potentially host the Golden Slipper one day, it's going to require future funding to be able to enable that.
Thank you. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Dr. Tulip, I want to start just with your comment in relation to, I guess, the rates payable and the rezoning of Rosehill. Do you think we should do that on all race courses? Do you think we should do it for golf courses? Do you think we should do it for any green patch of space, including Crown land?
Yes, I do. I mean, I think land should be allocated to its highest value use. And subsidising low-value uses, which is what tax concessions offer, means we get a lot of low-value uses like golf courses and others, where in the middle of a housing crisis, that land could be much better used, and having uniform land taxes would help achieve that.
So, I guess progressing that idea forward, any patch of green space in an area is susceptible to housing development, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, so let's progress that forward a little bit more. In that respect, we've obviously talked about the brick pit as being a alternate site for a Class 1 racetrack, which we believe is not suitable from having spoken to trainers earlier today. Why don't we just turn that location into housing?
I don't know the details of that particular site, sorry.
Well, it's obviously part of the proposal that's being put forward from ATC in order to sell Rosehill. Part of the, offsets for that is that we look at another Class 1 racetrack, which would be at the Brick Pit, and the upgrading of the equestrian centre to be a centre of excellence. We're spending a lot of money here to effectively move things around and shuffle the pieces on the chessboard. Why don't we just look at housing in other places where we haven't got something like a racetrack already and trying to put another racetrack somewhere else? Why don't we just put the housing where the racetrack is, which is right next to the train station at Sydney Olympic Park?
If you can deliver more housing there, close to transport and in a good location, then that sounds like an attractive option to me.
Isn't this more about the fact that there's a dive pit for the metro at out the front of Rosehill Racecourse, and there's a thought that we can easily put in a train station, metro station there and utilise that. Isn't that?
That sounds like a relevant consideration that should be factored in.
Okay. Mr. Borgia, we've, looked at some of the concerns of the members of the ATC in relation to the sell-off of the land, and obviously racing is important to, many in Western Sydney. Have you or any of your members been consulted in relation to this proposal before it was put, into the public arena?
No, not about Rosehill Racecourse. Certainly, we've got members in Camellia. There's a university there as well, and we've been in lots of discussions over the years around how to maximise the opportunities in Camellia for housing and renewal and remediation and so on, but not specifically in terms of Rosehill.
Right. Dr. Tulip, you said that the compulsory acquisition shouldn't be on the table if the owners opposed it.
Yes.
When you say the owners, do you mean the owners as in the ATC, the members of the ATC, or are you talking about the board of the ATC? Because it's quite clear that the members of the ATC are opposed to it. So ultimately, that should mean that you would oppose the compulsory acquisition or the redevelopment of Rosehill Racecourse.
Yeah, my understand that's a legal question, and I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is that it's the members that are the owners. Yeah.
Yeah, but it would be fair to say then that the view of the Centre for Independent Studies would be that if it's opposed by the owner of the land, that it shouldn't be compulsory acquired, or if they oppose the development, then that rules a line under that. So your view, your Centre's view then should be no to the redevelopment,
yes.
Shouldn't it?
Yep, correct.
But you're here advocating for it.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope that they choose to redevelop it. But it's their decision.
But the indication already is that the membership...
And I think the government should be doing everything it can to facilitate that decision, including putting in a metro in what's an ideal location. Okay. And if that makes redevelopment feasible and attractive, that's a plus.
Okay. There's a question I always like to ask of members that are, part of independent groups. Do you have any political affiliations? And Mr. Borgia, I'd say that you've got one fairly prominent one. Would you like to disclose your political affiliations, please, gentlemen?
I work for an organisation that's apolitical. We are non-partisan. We've worked with all sides of government, with many ministers and shadow ministers from across the board. So whatever private political leanings that I have don't influence the.
But do you have any?
Well, I do. Yes.
Okay. Well, and they are.
Chair, point of order.
Is the ATC one of your sponsors?
They're not a sponsor. They're members of us. Yes.
So what do they pay you each year?
Well, the standard fee for Business Western Sydney.
Which is what?
I think it's $18,000 per.
$18,000. Why wouldn't you declare that at the beginning of your testimony here today?
Well,
you take $18,000 from the ATC,
well, they answered
and you're
your
here
question,
backing
right?
their proposal without declaring it.
Well, I answered your question.
So why wouldn't you declare it?
Well, I didn't require there was a declaration at the beginning. I gave a statement. So.
Geez, if I took $18,000 from someone, I'd declare it. What about you, Mr. Leader? You're listed as a lobbyist and communications director for Taylor Street. You do work for the ATC and the NRL?
I'm not a lobbyist, no.
You've done work for the ATC and the NRL?
No.
No? The ATC sponsors your so-called leadership dialogue?
They are a partner.
How much do you take from them every year?
About $30,000.
$30,000. Why didn't you declare that at the beginning of your testimony? Don't you think that's relevant for us to know, that you're taking $30,000 from the organisation you're supporting here today?
If that was required, I would have happily...
Well, of course it's required.
Of course it's required.
All the documentation was provided.
There's a point of order from Dr. Chair.
There was no information provided asking for that information. I'm happy to declare.
No, can we stop, please? Can we stop? Mr. Latham, can we stop, please? There's a point of order on foot.
Can I just remind the committee about procedural rules for procedural fairness and how we treat witnesses? There are questions that legitimately can be asked, but there is a way to do that does not transgress those procedures.
Well, point of order, Chair. I think out of respect to the committee, we would expect, and it's a basic ethical thing, especially someone who's served in a parliament, that if you're taking money from an organisation that you're directly representing and supporting at the committee, you declare that at the beginning of your evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. They are valid questions to be put to the witnesses, but I ask that they be put as witnesses, as questions to the witnesses, not as statements. But I would, ask you to continue with your line of questioning if you so wish.
Should I answer the same question?
No, you don't take money from.
Maybe he does.
Do you take money from the ATC or the NRL?
No. But in terms of affiliations, I'm a member of the Australian Labor Party, but of more importance to this, I'm a member of Sydney YIMBY, which is a group that actively campaigns for more housing.
Right, okay.
Thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Leto, did you have a political affiliation?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Bull,
Ms. Hurst.
Are you or have you ever been?
Thank you.
Let's go back to where that is.
Dr. Tulip, if I could just go back to something that you mentioned earlier. Can you expand further on the proposal that you put forward that the ATC should be required to pay rates? Is it the case now that the ATC is not required to pay any rates?
So this was a proposal put forward by Sydney YIMBY in their submission to the inquiry. I don't know much about the details of this. I mean, it's I'm attracted to it in principle. My understanding is that they do not pay council rates at a normal market value, nor do they pay land tax. So they have property that's worth $5 billion. They should be taxed the way everyone else is taxed on property like that they own.
So it sounds like the racing industry's asset effectively is being given a tax concession by the New South Wales government.
Yes.
Do you know how much of a tax concession that would be? Is that in the Sydney YIMBY submission, or?
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
That's right. Are you able to take it on notice? And I understand, obviously, if you don't have access to that information, but if you are able to get access to that information, to provide that to the committee?
I think it's in the Sydney YIMBY submission, but
I'll just as a brief advertisement. Unfortunately, the committee members don't have a copy yet of the Sydney YIMBY submission, so just take that in terms of any evidence you might be providing.
Yeah, but if you could,
including myself for that matter,
take it on notice. And I understand if you can't get that information, but it'd be useful if you did have it and it wasn't in that submission.
On their website.
One of the, and this is to everyone or anyone. But this morning we heard from different people within the industry that are supportive of retaining Rosehill as it is, that the development can simply occur around the precedent outside it. Could I get your thoughts around that proposal? Will it allow the same amount of housing? Is it going to be adequate? Is that even a solution that should be on the table?
And if I could say, I think one of the challenges with providing a station at a metro site is that they're very expensive. They can cost billions of dollars for the station, and so that has to be paid for in some way. This is a really significant project for Sydney. It's also one of the biggest public transport projects in the country, so I would have thought you'd have to have significant uplift in order to be able to make that compensation to pay for that additional station. So I don't think that Camellia is big enough, frankly, considering the other costs that Camellia would have to pay for, to also pay for a metro station.
I think the real alternative to development of Rosehill is if we don't put housing where the racecourses are, it's going to go on koala grounds out around Appin in the western suburbs. And we have a choice as to what kind of city do we want to develop. Do we want to sprawl forever out west, or do we want to put the housing in close on top of metro stations?
Thank you.
Chair.
I will go and then to Mr. Namdale, Mr. Tudorhope, and then Mr. Fang, and then Mr.
Borgia, thanks for being here. I think you do a lot of good work. I'm interested in the suggestion you make that any zoning uplift should be used for the development of infrastructure on the site, and that includes any proposal to deliver a new railway station. Is that your evidence?
Well, it's certainly, this would be the biggest metro site with the biggest opportunity, but also probably one of the biggest costs in terms of paying for a metro station that wasn't in the original scope. It has been done elsewhere. Recently in the UK, the Battersea Power Station sat idle for 40 years. Great piece of UK industrial heritage. They could really only get the project up there by paying for a railway, a spur line coming off the main line there. So it has happened before. I think that Rosehill is unique because of its scale and size. I mean, it's just enormous.
But as a proposal, the necessity, there is significant uplift by virtue of rezoning. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
And there is, again, further significant uplift by potentially the delivery of a railway station in terms of the value of that site.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is it your view that uplift in value should be returned to the OTC?
Well, I think that the government's approach of trying to consider the unsolicited proposal in the first instance is probably the best approach, but the opportunity might be there if that was unsuccessful for compulsory acquisition. And if that was the case, then presumably the government would pay, fair value for the land.
Yep. But just going back to the proposal I was putting to you, that when you get uplift in value like this, value capture, I think, is the term of art which is used, which attaches to this sort of rezoning and delivery of this sort of infrastructure by the taxpayers, should in fact any uplift in value go back to the taxpayers.
Yeah, I don't think it's any uplift. I think that there's an argument to say some of the uplift should go back to the taxpayers if they're creating the infrastructure and the zoning to allow the value to be uplifted. Yes.
So in the negotiations, or as what you would consider an appropriate approach to this unsolicited proposal would be, not that the ATC get a $5 billion return, but then in fact whatever uplift is there, the infrastructure would be paid for by that uplift.
Well, I think the infrastructure probably includes more than just the metro station.
It does.
Significant road and other infrastructure that are required.
Roads and hospitals and schools. So do you take the view that those ought to be funded out of any uplift in value?
I think it should be part of the negotiation discussion, yes.
So if the ATC are representing that the uplift in value is being returned to the ATC, that would be wrong in your view, would it not?
Look, I think we're dealing speculatively here because the proposal we haven't seen in detail. The proposal is going to be subject to a vote by the ATC, and that proposal will consider many things, and the government will have to consider opportunities for value capture as well as paying for the station box.
Yeah, but the problem is it not, everyone can agree, and I can agree with everything which you are suggesting here. When you use the figure additional $25,000 homes for people in Sydney, that's immediately appealing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's immediately appealing. And that of itself is selling itself to your organisation, to Mr. Leto's organisation, and to Dr. Tulip. That sells itself, but it's got to be sold not just as 25,000 additional houses or accommodation opportunities, but as a total package. And we don't know what that is. And we don't know how it's going to be funded, and the ATC doesn't know how it's going to be funded.
Correct, because I think that work's being undertaken as we speak.
When did you first become aware of this unsolicited proposal?
When I saw it in the newspaper.
So no consultation with your organisation beforehand?
No. We've certainly spoken about Camellia on many occasions with groups involved there over about 8 years.
And at that time, of course, where a lot of the discussions involved no commitment to redevelop Rosehill Racecourse, did they not?
No, in fact, we thought that it was one of the challenging things about Metro West was there was a proposal to move to create a station in sort of North Parramatta to go to the other side of the Parramatta River and then come back again, because that was on government land, and I think government thought that would be opportunistic for government return. But in fact, that significantly added to the cost because there were 2 river crossings, and so the challenge with the way the rail line was designed was we sort of went off on a frolic for about a year looking at this alternative. It turns out that didn't stack up, and by then it was almost too late to properly consider Rosehill, in my view.
So your position fundamentally would be that you would want to see whatever development is delivered on this site, if in the event that it goes ahead at some stage, and you don't have any timeline in respect of when this might happen, that you want to see livable, sustainable amenity on this site, would you not?
Absolutely. I mean, there'd need to be housing, jobs, public domain, a connection to the Parramatta River. It'd have to be a great place to live, and there's no shortage of people that choose to live in high-density locations and sometimes pay very high value. So I think it would have to be properly master planned and designed with a whole range of infrastructure. It's not just the train station. It'd have to be a great place to live, absolutely.
And you'd want, I assume, the whole process to be very transparent?
Of course.
And you'd want probity to attach to the whole of the process, would you not?
Of course.
Dr. Tulip, I'm very also interested in your proposal in relation to the new rating system which you're proposing for open space in Sydney. Have you identified any other sites that you want for this new rating system? Best and possible use?
In general, land should be taxed at a uniform rate at its highest value use.
And that's the Sydney Cricket Ground?
Sure, but I mean, in a lot of cases you're talking about...
Randwick Racecourse, would you advocate for that as well?
Sure.
So Randwick Racecourse?
Sure. But in a lot of the cases you're talking about, and the previous questions, a lot of the green space you're talking about is council land, and so the council will be paying rates to itself. Yeah, so in many cases it doesn't make much difference. But there are cases where land is being allocated to very low value uses, and uniform taxation would discourage that.
Mr. Fang, and then to Mr. Namber for the
Thank you.
rest of
Mr. Borgia, how many members do you have?
It's approximately 130. It moves around a bit, but around that figure.
Okay, so it's fair to say you know who your members are?
Well, they're on the website.
No, just a question. Yeah, I wasn't asking you.
I can feel another question coming on.
Yeah. Is Wentworth Properties a member of yours?
I don't think Wentworth Properties is. I have to check that, but no, I don't think so.
Okay. Abacus Property Group?
No.
No. Do you have any connection? And I know you said that you haven't been engaged for the last 8 years when you've been looking at the Camellia proposals. The landowners around that area and involved with the Camellia proposal, are they members of yours as well?
Some of them are.
Some of them are? Okay. Do you think that might have been something that should have been declared when you're coming here and advocating for a metro station and a redevelopment of Rosehill Racecourse? Because those property owners will also see an uplift. Those property owners will also see an uplift in value of their land given that if there's a metro station put there, automatically it'll shoot right up, won't it?
Look, I could list all 130 members if you had time. I'm happy to get the website and to read them out.
No, that's not necessarily what I'm asking. What I'm saying is that, you know, you're here advocating for something, but you're also receiving money from people that are going to receive a substantial uplift in property values if there's a metro station put in at that location.
So we're an association. We have members. We advocate. We're not registered lobbyists. I'm
you're
not on the
also-
register of lobbyists that I intend to be, but we certainly are advocates on behalf of our members and the broader
Mr.
community.
Borgia, I feel like I'm telling you how to suck eggs here, but you're a former member of this place. You would understand as well as anybody else that there are interests, conflicts, there are declarations that are required to be made when there are, whether they're intentional or not, issues that are going to be addressed in evidence that you've given to an inquiry. You should know that.
Sorry, I think I have no pecuniary interest whatsoever in anything to do
And there's
with
no
anything in
suggestion that
Rosehill.
you do.
But your members...
Point of order, Chair.
But you're
Yes,
here advocating...
Point of order, point of order,
I'll hear the point of
Chair.
order. I'll hear the point of order.
What about Chair?
Tell us that.
I'll hear the point of order.
Looking independent.
Mr. Latham, please.
We've heard questions, legitimate questions that have been asked and answers. We're now verging on the point of badgering the witness over a question that has been answered and dealt with. I ask that the questions cease and that we move on actually to our question.
Well, Mr. Fang is entitled to ask the question, but Mr. Fang, do you have further questions?
No,
as well?
I think I've made the point.
And one more for Mr. Tudor, and then we'll
Thank you.
go to Mr. Nan.
That's okay. You've got plenty. Mr. Borgia, Harold Park Raceway. Were you the housing minister when that was redeveloped?
I don't recall if it was specifically on my watch. I think it probably went over a number of housing ministers.
But was it one of the ones?
Well, it wasn't. I mean, the housing ministry in New South Wales certainly at that stage was mainly a minister for social housing, and it certainly wasn't a particular focus during my time.
So,
I didn't have responsibility significantly for the Harold Park redevelopment as the Minister for Community and Social Housing.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Namber.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your evidence this afternoon. Could I just come to some of the points raised by Mr. Tudorhope, just around the uplift in value of developments of this nature? It's not unusual that some of that's always returned through developer contributions, through mandated affordability, affordable housing requirements, other levies. There's nothing peculiar about an uplift in value being captured back by the taxpayer in some way, shape or form.
No, it happens in various forms all of the time through state infrastructure contributions, through local council levies, voluntary planning proposals.
Though it is fair to say that New South Wales does much less than other jurisdictions. In the ACT, 75% of uplifts in value that are due to rezonings payable to the ACT government is called a betterment, popularly called the betterment tax.
The $5 billion figure that's been publicised by the ATC, you wouldn't have any visibility on whether that's net of paying these contributions?
No, there's no financial analysis that I know of that's in the public domain at the moment.
My understanding is that would be gross.
Okay. If I could just ask you, and I'll read this statement without necessarily endorsing it, but just your view on it. Professor Barney Glover has previously stated the city's evolution has become misaligned. The cultural and spatial incongruency of Rosehill Racecourse with the wider city is obvious yet unchallenged. Do you have a view on that?
I mean, my sense is that without a station at Rosehill, Western Sydney and certainly the broader city of Parramatta is not getting enough uplift from the metro. We want to see job growth and housing growth and opportunity in Western Sydney. We know that metro stations are wonderful places to invest. People want to be close to them. And providing a station 2 kilometres to the east of Parramatta, we think will give greater opportunities for economic growth and housing growth close to Parramatta.
I believe that was taken from the Glover review from a couple of years ago. I think the Parramatta as it stands at the moment, I think to the western fringe you've got Westmead, and the vision for that is clear, and the identity around that precinct is fairly set. On the eastern side of Parramatta, it hasn't really formed an identity. I think that was part of the appeal of this concept, was that it did actually bring to life the concept and an identity around that part of Parramatta. I think the context is a lot different to what it was a few years ago. Now we've got 75,000 home target. Looking at Western Sydney, a lot of the homes as part of that target are going to be delivered or need to be delivered in Western Sydney. We haven't recovered post-pandemic. 22-23 delivery of homes was around 12,000. We're way below where we need to be, and I think we see this, and yes, there's a lot of details still to come out of the wash, and the technical analysis, the infrastructure spend and contribution scheme all still need to play out, as well as a bunch of other consultation, engagement with industry and community. But as a concept and as a whole vision for what this precinct can be, it's hard to deny that there is at least the bones of a plan now that can help form a concept and view of what that precinct might look like.
Would it be fair to say that the precinct would lend itself more towards a vision of urban renewal and housing that should be more ambitious and more comprehensive than the on-again, off-again Camellia master plans and the current Camellia Rosehill place strategy, which, as Mr Latham has flagged, factors in 10,000 homes over a 20-year period?
Yes. I mean, I think if you look at that whole peninsula, as I said, in the 1970s, tens of thousands of people worked in that peninsula in manufacturing industries. It's had one of the biggest falls in jobs anywhere in the metropolis. So what we've got is a parcel of land in the very centre of Sydney, which is not, it's not working hard enough for our city. It's not delivering enough in terms of jobs and housing and so on. So I think there should be a more ambitious vision. I think it's a fantastic location for one.
Most transit-oriented development sites and previous metro station developments have involved discrete sites rather than a potential precinct-scale redevelopment. Given the scale of the transformation that is possible, if that ambition is maintained, and given the costs of building a metro station, would you agree that the government should resist decoupling the investment into a Rosehill metro station if that more ambitious precinct scale transformation doesn't take place?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably greater opportunities at Rosehill because unlike all of the other metro station sites, it doesn't really sit within an existing 19th century street pattern where a whole lot of things are fixed. There's fixed heritage, fixed investments. It's not a greenfield site, but it's closer to a greenfield than any other site, which means I think the opportunity to plan it really well and to get the best urban design outcomes, the best housing and job outcomes are really significant.
But also, if you don't have people living there, then there's not much point putting the metro there. I mean, if it's just a racecourse which people use for a few hours a week, then the financial feasibility of the metro doesn't add up. So the two go together. The metro makes the housing worthwhile and the housing makes the metro worthwhile.
Do you see, given its central Sydney location, it's quite unique in that you get the advantages of it largely being a greenfield site, but you get the benefits of these sort of infill developments where, you've got consolidated land holdings, 90 hectares owned by 4 landowners. You don't have local residents that are opposed to large-scale precinct development. You can master plan the public spaces and the infrastructure, yet it is still close to road, rail, river services. It is close to major job centres, be it medical, industrial, commercial. You really have the sort of once-in-a-generation opportunity to pursue what is a greenfield development within a sort of infill.
I think you can't undervalue the time proximity that this train line and the station, if there's one at Rosehill, will actually deliver. So we did a piece of work with Arup a number of years ago, and it looked at Olympic Park, which is the next station along. It showed that I think within half an hour, the number of jobs you could access went from about 70,000 to over 800,000 the day the metro line opens. So that's the sort of transformation that you could see at a place like Rosehill. You've got a 2-minute trip to the Parramatta CBD. You've probably got a sort of 17-minute trip to the Sydney CBD, a 5-minute trip to Olympic Park. That means all of those jobs are available without polluting the environment or using the congested road system, which makes it a really valuable place to live.
Just one more question in the interest of time. Given it is a unique opportunity to boost housing supply and a unique opportunity for urban renewal in an underutilised location, is it surprising to you that there would be use of the New South Wales Government's unsolicited proposal process, given those opportunities simply can't be realised without the impetus or motivation of the enormous landholders on that site? There is no other means of pursuing a project of this scale without the impetus of those landowners. Are you surprised by the use of an unsolicited bid process?
I don't have any view on that.
Yeah. I mean, I think the fact that a new government's been elected, the challenge is the metro's being delivered to a timetable, a military-like timetable as it has to be, and so the time frame to make these big decisions is really short, and one organisation has chosen to take that up, and I think it's a big idea for Sydney. It's worth exploring, both for the government financially, but also from a public policy point of view.
You know, I think one of the challenges, and I think one of the criticisms of that process has been that because of the stringent controls around how that works, that it does, stop or preclude the engagement that would have been normally required, and I think normally would have been carried out with industry and other stakeholders. We weren't consulted. I know, industry weren't consulted. Community hasn't been consulted. So I think it's, part of going down that path has, meant that there's some question marks around transparency, but we remain hopeful and confident that ATC is going to undertake that, starting with the vote with the members coming up.
But short of the drive and motivation of a landowner that has 60 hectares on that site, other than a compulsory acquisition by government, that is the only means by which a project of that magnitude is going to be pursued, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, finally, can I just ask, did the ATC ask you to appear here today and make submissions?
No, I had a call from the inquiry secretariat.
To make submissions? There, you said you represent your members, and they're one of your members.
No, there's been no.
You've not had any discussion.
I believe, in fairness to the witnesses, I believe that both Business Western Sydney and Western Sydney Leadership Dialogue were on our stakeholder list.
Yeah, sure. But you've not had discussions with the ATC?
I haven't been asked to make a submission.
We weren't asked.
No, that's the question. Have you had discussions with them about the nature of their proposal and what you should be saying about it?
Well, we've had meetings, regular events, 50 per year, where they will attend, and of course we talk about housing and transport at every one of them.
And we wanted to understand some of the questions. Like, we had questions around the proposal as well. So we've had meetings with them to understand what the proposal is and how it's going to work.
So sorry, just to that.
We're out of time. So one last question, and then.
So you're saying that the government, ATC has engaged with you about their proposal. Have they indicated that the government has provided any feedback to them in relation to the proposal?
No, I wasn't saying that.
Okay. We will conclude there. Thank you very much for your attendance today. I don't think you took anything on notice, so there's no need to report back, but thank you very much, and the committee will now recess until 3:15.
fine as mine. Who's this?
Yeah, okay, good to go. Thank you very much. We're resuming the committee hearing now. Thank you very much, Mr. Esplin, for attending. If you could please start out by stating your name, your position, title, and then either taking the oath or affirmation.
Sure. My name's Hamish Esplin. I'm the president of the Thoroughbred Breeders New South Wales organisation. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Esplin. Would you like to now make a short opening statement?
Sure. I'll just sort of refer to my organisation's TVNSW's written submission and sort of delve a bit more into that. I think the reason we've been invited here today is because there's been a long-running number of issues which have started to interfere very much so in the operation of the breeding industry within New South Wales and more broadly across Australia, given that New South Wales is the largest jurisdiction for breeding in this country, involving decisions and lack of decisions and a lack of communication with the regulators in this state. We first picked up on this when the directorships, the length of directorships under the Thoroughbred Racing Act for the board appointments to racing in New South Wales was first extended many years ago, and the excuse given at the time was that it was COVID and therefore we needed to keep some continuity. That's fine. Then 2 years later, that was an extension was going to proposed again. We wrote to the minister at the time and said, well, look, this is not a personal thing. We just think there needs to be a refreshing of ideas, of people, of concepts, with the way to keep the whole organisation in check, given the amount of resources that Racing New South Wales has in this state. That didn't achieve much. And then again, it happened last year with a further extension, which ended up being a proposed extension of the chairperson's term. The reason we were so strongly, acted so strongly on that issue is because there are very few avenues for senior stakeholders like breeders in New South Wales to have a direct communication with the regulator like Racing New South Wales and also the ATC in respect of issues that happen. They might happen upstream, but they have a huge effect downstream for what is a huge amount of people involved in the racing and breeding industry. And so throughout those processes we became largely disillusioned with how decisions were made and the people that were making those decisions as a broad group. There is an organisation that appears from the Thoroughbred Racing Act called RICIG, I'll write about that in the submission, of which is effectively the only avenue for any stakeholder, including breeders, to be able to have a conversation with the regulator about how money is spent, what is done, say, about things like welfare, any change in policy which is designed to attract participants or to broaden the reach or indeed attract new players to the game. It is a very poor medium from someone who's been on that organisation for 5 years. It's not taken seriously in our view by Racing New South Wales in terms of what it should adhere to under the Act. And the dialogue that emanates from around that for very important issues such as what we term black type racing in this country has been non-existent and really nothing has changed. So when the concept of a once in a generation or once in a lifetime, whatever you want to call it, proposition for the sale of a major racecourse is put on the table such that it would generate massive revenues that would not only be spent on infrastructure but, well, we assume, we are told, on other investments including prize money that breeders rely on downstream for the purposes of supplying, to get boring about it, to supply the product of breeding foals and then racehorses is a very relevant issue. There's a number of problems we've had over several years about the direction of racing and industry issues through Racing Australia, which is the national organisation comprised of all the principal racing authorities, how they interrelate to the turf clubs and the racecourses around the country, but also in New South Wales. And really nothing happens. And we are left again with no real ability to put anything on the table as to where we say the leading decisions, the major decisions should be made. And faced with a proposition of $5 billion, we're now very concerned that that would be taken even further away and spent in ways which we don't think are appropriate for our stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Esplin. I'll start out with just one short question. In terms of, you're raising your submission many concerns with Racing New South Wales and the concerns that the thoroughbred breeders have. All of those issues aside, if this were a transaction where the ATC were to retain all of the dividends from the proceeds of sale and were to reinvest it in ATC's portfolio of assets and maybe potentially a new asset, what would the position of the thoroughbred breeders be?
Oh, well, look, the position is the same as anyone. We want to see great racetracks. We want to see it have great racing. We want it to be safe for everyone. And we want it to be spent in a way that's going to further the scope and of the sport. I mean, the reality is that the racing industry and the breeding industry are necessarily intertwined. So what's good for one is usually good for the other. So if there was a proposition that a large windfall would lead to improvements, either by way of infrastructure or by way of prize money, then our view is, look, it's a matter to be determined by the club itself. They're the landowner. We don't really have a position on that from the AT's perspective. It's a matter for the members. We're a breeders' organisation. What we say is, well, if you're going to have this massive windfall and have this capital in a private, a company that is somehow related to the regulator, but we don't understand how, and it's not made clear how, except to say that Racing New South Wales say that they can have the final say on how that money's spent, where it's spent, then we say, well, where's the assurance that it's going to be spent properly for us, whether by way of a new racecourse or whether by way of putting it into very expensive or very large prize money races at the top, which many of our members don't think really make its way down to the broader membership of those who breed and race in this state.
Thank you. And with respect to some of the concerns about alternate sites, do you have any view in terms of either the Brick Pit site or the Horsley Park site in terms of training?
No, not particularly. I find we had a presentation from the ATC at our board meeting, TVNSW board meeting the other week. I mean, it all looks fine. Anyone can do mock-ups on a map and show you what's going to look like.
And they were mock-ups of the Brick Pit, were they? Or?
Yes, correct,
Okay.
of all of them, I think, from memory. Every site,
That's
so there was Warwick Farm, Canterbury.
Okay.
Maybe there wasn't the Brick Pit, I honestly couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Rosehill, Randwick, Canterbury, Warwick Farm. There was the proposed site at Horsley Park that was certainly involved in there. It was mentioned, maybe there was no mock-up of the Brick Pit site, but it was certainly mentioned in the presentation. Look, Rosehill's a good racecourse. There's nothing to detract from it, but we understand the pressures that are outside the racing industry and the breeding industry for housing, etc. We don't say it's our position to dictate the policy of moving racetracks or creating new racetracks. Save for that, it's extremely expensive to build new racetracks, and we wouldn't want money that's returned to the industry to be misspent in any sense. And that if that means you're spending money on upgrading racetracks that are hardly used at the moment in terms of metropolitan racing like Warwick Farm and Canterbury, then no, we don't think it should be spent that way.
And in terms of those mock-ups you saw with respect to either Warwick Farm or Canterbury, would either be upgraded to a Group 1 track or?
No, in our opinion, no. And it's got nothing to do with whether they lengthened the straight and whether they beautified it or made it look better. The simple fact is it's driven by wagering in our view, and the wagering is just not the same at those two venues. And that is why you have basically a two-handed metropolitan racing in Sydney these days, which is Rosehill and Randwick. I mean, that's just that's the progression of racing. It's just become very concentrated, and all the big races go there.
And Mr. Esplin, we heard before from the Owners Association, and they surveyed their members. Have you undertaken any similar survey of the breeders at all?
No, not an official survey, no. Suffice to say that a board's comprised of the leading studs, smaller breeders, representatives across the industry. We meet. We're a funny little industry and organisation in that we often see each other because we're selling various types of thoroughbreds throughout the whole year effectively. And so the conversations that I have with people are pretty broad. People are pretty happy to approach you. I've had many conversations with people on both sides of issues like this, from breeders, horse trainers, everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Mr. Esplin, thank you so much for appearing today. Your submission's quite interesting. Before I go into your submission in detail, just to better understand your organisation, would it be fair to say that your connection to Racing New South Wales is probably slightly stepped back from some of the more day-to-day participants? Would that be a fair description?
I'd certainly agree with the step back, probably not in the day-to-day. I mean, the funny thing is that anecdotally we say that 60% of breeders are owners, so you almost get both groups. So I wouldn't put it as a day-to-day thing, but certainly we're removed insofar as the most key factor is we're not licensed per se by Racing New South Wales. There are
that's I think that's where I was sort of going, is that there's less leverage that Racing New South Wales would have over your members than perhaps other industry organisations.
Oh yes, definitely. I would agree with that proposition.
Because it's quite clear that your submission is relatively critical of some of the more recent Racing New South Wales events or situations from a historic perspective.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I think that what we've seen today is we've seen a number of people come here giving evidence where there's, I guess, concern that there's a potential for leverage to be used against people that doesn't seem to appear in your submission, which is quite remarkable.
It's happened once.
Sorry?
It's happened once. It's in my submission.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that there's not some. You're it's quite fearless in the fact that you've put forward your views without, I guess, the restrictions that other groups might have because of the fear that there would be reprisals.
Definitely. I think it's a fair way to put it.
So, I guess tangentially, is it generally the case that within the industry there is fear that you speak out and there might be reprisals?
Yeah.
And that's pretty well known?
Certainly amongst those people that, as I said, that I speak to a lot around horse sales and race meets and things, definitely.
So if you were somebody that was potentially going to appear before a committee and they didn't want you to appear, you might receive a veiled threat or a warning that you shouldn't appear. Would that be unusual or not unusual?
Oh, it's speculation. I've obviously seen. I didn't see the evidence this morning, but someone told me about it. It wouldn't be unusual, no.
No. Okay.
No.
I guess turning to the proposal as we know it, what is your understanding of the proposal? Has ATC, you said they gave you a briefing at your board meeting, did they?
Yeah, and as I understand it, I didn't go to the meeting of the members, the ATC members, but it was effectively the same proposal. Steve McMahon, who's effectively the ATC employee who's leading the charge, presented that same.
Okay. Are you aware of what feedback was given when those proposals were presented to the board meeting that you were at and the ATC members?
The feedback from whom?
From the attendees.
At my board meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was sitting there. We've only got 7 of us on the board.
And it was positive, negative towards the proposal?
I would have said probably negative was the stronger connotation.
Yep.
But again, and we discussed this at length about what this would mean in light of this inquiry. I mean, the same. We see the same problems that we've tried to identify for several years at writ large, and I say writ large because we were talking about proposals. One thing you have to understand is that breeders are one of the reasons we're so intertwined in racing is this concept of black type, right? This international scheme devised 50 years ago about ways that you can try to make an equivalent between certain top-level races in other countries around the world. It's really what drives the commerce in the breeding industry, but it's a racing concept. It appears in the catalogues of our thoroughbred sales. It's the reason why people might mock it and say that it's ridiculous that you can sell a broodmare or a race mare for $6 million, but the practical reality is that's because the people around the world look at a horse like Imperatriz, who's one of the leading racehorses this year, and go, well, look, that's got some intrinsic value, and I am going to pay a lot of money for that. So once you understand that concept, and that is one of the larger drivers of investment, and that puts jobs, it gets participants to the game. People think breeders are mad, and they think that we're all elite, but most of the people, wealthy people who do it as an elite hobby, most of the people you meet are not like that. You are a bit mad because it's an expensive game, but the payoffs can be massive, and they all dream. Once you understand that concept, and then you take it to a $5 billion proceeds for that same racing, which then gets replicated in catalogues and drives our investment, you are necessarily nervous that it's going to be spent the best way.
Mm.
And so some of the races that have been proposed or have been run that have got huge prize money attracted to them that sit outside the black type system, because of this ongoing feud between the members of Racing Australia, create all sorts of problems for members like us.
Yep. So my last question would then be, we've spoken at length about this site being uplifted to a value of around $5 billion, and that money then being reinvested into the industry. But I guess on the flip side of that is the loss of one of only 2 Class 1 tracks in New South Wales. Is it the case that we're cashing our chips now to get $5 billion to invest at the moment, possibly at the loss of the industry further on down the track for future generations? Because where we've gone from 2 Class 1 tracks, we're down to 1, and Victoria has 3.
Yep, definitely. That's a risk. I think that's definitely a risk. And that's one of the bigger problems is it's very difficult. I was there at the meeting of the members of the AJC and the STC when they merged, and it was a seriously difficult meeting because people were very worried they're going to lose their identity of where they raced their horses, where they went to the races, where they punted from, all sorts of things. You take away that from the membership or the participants of any level, owner, breeder, punter, racegoer, fan, and say that it's, okay, you might put it somewhere in Western Sydney, but you take that away, you're necessarily going to impact everything else. It's going to put way too much strain on Randwick. It's already at a big strain. And so the Autumn Carnival, which is what is the biggest investment in New South Wales racing and for us as breeders, will be changed or be impacted by that, there's no doubt.
Thank you.
Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming in today. Your submission says that a senior administrator in racing last year urged you to write to Minister Harris supporting the extension of Russell Balding as chair. Was that senior administrator Peter McGoran?
Yes.
And Peter McGoran, just to clarify, is the chair of the ATC?
Yes.
And my understanding as well is that Peter McGoran is also the godfather of Peter Volandi's son, is that correct?
So he told me.
Thank you.
So he told you.
I don't know, but...
Thank you. Peter Volandis has actually been the CEO of Racing New South Wales for almost 20 years. Do you think it's appropriate that someone remain as a CEO in an organisation for that long? Just from a corporate governance perspective.
That was where my answer... It's very hard. I'm a lawyer by trade. I like principles. I like theories. And I don't take it kindly that rules of the game are changed. And when you see a CEO petition so heavily to change legislation that we, as a body, didn't take favourably 2 years ago and go harder at it 2 years later, then it brings to mind questions as to whether that organisation is really lost its way, insofar as are the checks and balances there? I mean, is there a broad enough representation of people saying that this is not a good idea? And we would certainly say as breeders, and the feedback I get, certainly informally, but I've had many conversations with small and larger breeders, that the representation on Racing New South Wales is just not broad enough. It's not, it doesn't listen enough to those of the interests, certainly of breeders, and it has become very difficult to get any meaningful dialogue, as I said at the beginning. So, in a long-winded way to answer your question, that has happened because of the length of time of certain of these positions, and it's not just the CEO, it's also the chairperson who was there for 12, wanting to go into 14 years.
And just on that, my understanding is that your organisation actually wrote to the former Racing Minister, Kevin Anderson, objecting to the extension of that term previously.
Yes.
However, very soon after that, around $3 million around some sort of incentive investment scheme was cut. Do you believe that those two things were related? Was this some kind of punishment for objecting to that chairperson remaining in?
Yes, in my opinion.
And what led you to that opinion?
Well, I mean, as I said, we'd had a number of ongoing issues with Racing New South Wales about what could be done for breeders. The Bob scheme, in its most simple form, is an extra bonus that is paid on top of prize money at certain levels of races to the breeder, to the owner of that horse. We went several years ago now, before my time as president, but I was on the board, and to say, well, look, why can't we expand this to try and increase some returns to breeders, to drive more investment, to get a broader people involved, more people from different regions than just the hunter. And we came up with a scheme, and Racing New South Wales at the time agreed to it and thought it was a good idea, and that was to, in respect of the Bob scheme that was paid to the owners of the racehorse that won a race, a proportion of that, as an extra bonus, was paid to the breeder of that horse. So even though you might not have owned that horse, but you bred it, of which breeders are a very curious bunch, it's almost like it's their own. They painted the Picasso, even though it's a complete knockoff. They love it, and they got some return for it. Because of the change of the scheme, it was multiplied. It became a lot bigger, and it came a lot bigger because breeders withheld some of what their returns were. Stud masters who stand stallion said, we'll forego some of the returns to us if we can expand the scheme, because we all need customers. It went on for several years. The feedback I got was that it was a very popular and good scheme, and it helped attract people to game and pay a few of the bills, certainly in regional areas. And then we wrote that letter, and I think from memory, the letter went on, say, a Friday, and on the Monday the reply was, it's gone. Without any, it wasn't as if there was a dialogue about it. It wasn't as if that we'd heard any of the issues that had raised in the letter from the chief executive at the time had been raised with me, or said that this is a scheme that's failing, or we should apply monies elsewhere. It invited us to reply to it to say how the monies could be better spent. And I remember we spent a long period of time at the board meeting saying how we should reply. As an opportunity here, okay, we've lost something, we don't think it's fair, but let's have an opportunity to put something back to them. We wrote to them and never got anything. The scheme just disappeared and died.
And are you concerned, coming to this inquiry, that there may be further consequences based on past history?
I'm not sure what else they could take away from us. Okay. Although I'm extremely concerned as the way that black-type racing will be utilised in this state. That is a large concern. That's probably the last thing, because nothing happens. I've had communications with Racing New South Wales about that exact issue, and nothing seems to have changed. Yes, I'm fear of reprisals, but...
Yeah. And has Racing New South Wales simply become too powerful, and there's no real oversight and accountability in this state?
In a general sense, I think that's probably a fair statement.
There was legislation that was put forward last year that was abandoned by the Labor government that would ensure that there is some accountability and oversight. Do you think that this committee should be making recommendations around transparency and accountability within Racing New South Wales?
Yeah, definitely.
And I just got one more question. We've had other evidence raised about serious concerns about the conduct of Racing New South Wales, and also around the spending on animal welfare and their rehoming programs. Do you have any views on that as well, that sort of aspect of that we don't know where that money is actually going in regards to animal welfare that's earmarked for animal welfare?
Very much so. I mean, we've been, again, another issue that's been discussed many times. I mean, the burden, as I say in the submission, the burden falls on the participants, not on the regulators. So we're the ones that have to defend the accusations as to, well, you don't look after your horses, you breed dead foals, you're in it for the money. Nothing could be further from the truth. And so private organisations that have been done, including by a board member on TBNSW, Vicky Leonard, started a campaign off her own bat to try to change public perceptions around things like that. But that exists because the opacity of the information that's returned to us. We're very supportive of ideas like Equimillions. We're a sponsor of it as an organisation. We sponsor people to put their horses forward to do it. We love doing it. We sponsor other thoroughbred rehoming and equestrian events. We think it's a great way for ex-racehorses to enjoy a longer life. We're broadly supportive of a lot of the issues, a lot of the policies that Racing New South Wales has about welfare, but we get no feedback from it, where it's spent, how it's spent, how effective it is. Can we help? But we're also subject to regulation as to whether we are, looking after the thoroughbreds more than any other participant, I'd say.
Mm. And sorry, just one last question. What's your relationship like with Peter V'landys? Is there a close relationship there, communication, or is that sort of...
No, I mean, I've never really had a close relationship with him, but that's not making anything of that. I can't think of many times I've spoken to Peter directly in the last couple of years. We communicate on issues. I've communicated with him once about black type. I've communicated... we exchanged emails a month or so ago about an issue arising about the late registration of foals. I felt Peter didn't handle it particularly well, in my opinion.
In what way, Jim?
It was an issue about why there seemed to be an increase in the number of mare owners not returning within 30 days of foaling, registering their foals. Fine, perfectly sensible issue. It affects everyone. You can't trade them, you can't race them. It's a drain on the industry. We need to look into it. But it was really couched in terms of me personally being antagonistic and someone who doesn't like Racing New South Wales. So I took umbrage at that.
So that was V'landys'
yeah, it was just a private email exchange. Yes.
Thank you,
Mr. Namper.
Thank you, Mr. Esplin, for your evidence. And apologies in advance. I'm not an expert at thoroughbred racing or breeding by any means. That'll come as a shock to Mr. Fang there. But look, I'm drawn to a section of your submission that references the paralysis at Racing Australia by virtue of the disputes between Racing New South Wales and Racing Victoria, which I won't get into. But for the purpose of this inquiry, with respect to black type, changes to the black type system and other breeding related issues, including the welfare of thoroughbreds that you've referenced in your submission, might a unprecedented injection of funds from a proposal of this scale potentially deliver changes in a way that's in the best interests of breeders?
You mean like a $50 million Everest, as I put in the submission, which sits outside the black type pattern at the moment? I think my honest answer to that is no. Because history has shown in the last 5 years, since the fragmentation of Racing Australia and the fight between Racing Victoria and Racing New South Wales, is that the money that has gone into prize money for racing in this state has been done in a way that's outside the system. So it's hard for me to say to you, well, if you multiply that money by even a bigger factor, $5 billion, that somehow it's now going to come back with inside the system and we're going to get more grassroots spending or more spending on black type races where we think they'll get value, or are we going to see more spending on races like the big dance and the little dance and those kind of schemes, or are we going to more money spent on welfare things that we don't get any feedback on? No, I can't agree with that statement.
I suppose what I'm wondering is if you were given comfort that any proceeds from the sale of Rosehill were quarantined for the use of the industry for the use of the ATC and its members. And I'm not proposing how that would be done, but if you were given comfort that those funds were quarantined for the benefit of your members, the ATC's members, would your view on the proposal change? If you had some guarantee that Racing New South Wales wouldn't absorb the proceeds?
No, I don't think it would change, because our view is not so much that whether you're swapping a major racecourse, although you can see problems with that, and then creating a new racecourse somewhere else and spending some money and getting all these proceeds. Our problem is who's in charge of it, with all that decision making, the sale of the racecourse itself, and then the investment of the proceeds, whether, as you say, it's quarantined or not. Necessarily, you're turning what is a company which is effectively massively in debt into a hugely liquid company. And you have the ATC board, but they've got members that can vote for it. But then we're also told that, well, no, it wouldn't be yours to spend. It would be spent, it would somehow have to relate to Racing New South Wales, would get a decision as to how it would be spent, because they're the organisation that runs racing. So I can't see how, whatever the proposal is, whether by specifically we'll dedicate X amount of dollars from any proceeds of the sale to black type racing, or to grassroots racing, or to welfare, or whatever, I don't see how that changes any of the problems that have identified in our submission. It's a failure of structure, and it's a failure of proper corporate governance.
No further questions? Mr Latham.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Mr Esplin, for appearing today. At page 3 of your submission, you state here that you wrote to the Racing Minister, Mr Harris, on the 26th of September, basically saying the statutory requirements for the chairperson or chief executive of Racing New South Wales to attend the meetings of the Racing Industry Consultative Group were being ignored. Have you received a response in that regard?
That letter was the letter that was about the extension of the terms. We did receive a response, but no.
On this question? When was the last time the chairperson, whether it was Mr Balding or now Ms Cook, or the chief executive have attended this RICG meeting?
There was a meeting I couldn't attend, but it was quite close to Christmas last year, and Mr Volandis attended that.
Right.
I saw the minutes, but I've never, in my 5 years, I've never seen a chairperson ever attend a RICG meeting.
In 5 years?
Yeah.
So it's a statutory requirement, isn't it, under
one or the other.
Section 39 of the Act?
Correct.
And has David Harris responded to this statutory failure? No.
No. It's come up a few times within RICG itself, and nothing seems to have changed.
Okay. And what about this other requirement for a strategic plan every 3 years, and the last one was 5 years ago?
Yes, well, I mean, my money going off what material we can get, and that's material on its own website, and that's what it says. There was the last one.
Have you alerted the Minister to the failing of, like, he was threatening to sack the Greyhound Board for a few things? Well, if you're not complying with the law, it's very serious, isn't it?
Well, I'm a lawyer, so yes.
Have you not had feedback from Mr Harris about any of these non-compliance problems?
No.
The feedback I get from breeders, they say, and I assume it's correct, that owners and breeders put a lot more money into racing than Racing New South Wales, even with its rivers of gold from gaming revenue, but they have next to no say in what's going on. Is that basically the problem? You said you sound like you've got a frosty relationship with Mr Volandis. Was that also true of Stuart Lamont from Coringal, who preceded you?
Yes.
Right,
so exactly the same.
The issue is that the breeders feel like we're a big part of the industry and we've got no chance to really have a say.
Exactly.
And what they say is that, well, Peter Volandis, through the power he's accumulated through the Daily Telegraph and Rugby League and whatever PR machine he's got operating, has sort of become a dictator. And racing should be fun, shouldn't it? I mean, one of the great experiences is when a horse wins a race. But so many people seem like they live in fear of retribution from Mr Volandis, who's become such a big figure, and when it comes to Bobs and some other issues that have come up, is quite vindictive if he doesn't get his own way.
Look, I've heard things to that effect. He's not... but I can't say I've been personally exposed to it, say for that email exchange a month or so ago. The problem that I would say that most breeders have is there's just a lack of recourse to anything that to get anything put forward to change. It never happens through the formal channels. If there's anything used to be done, it's usually done through backroom dealings of people who are influential that you have to get on board to say to whomever, Racing New South Wales or someone else, to say this is what we think should happen. It's just not a very formal process. There's no structures in place which are practical enough to allow breeders to say, well, we want to have a say on a particular issue.
Yeah, well, I go to the races and kind of have the happiest day of the week, but it saddens me there are people there down in the dumps that they can't speak their mind, or they feel like they're
Oh, there's no doubt that feeling is pretty strong in the industry. Very strong.
It's so striking, and it's come up over Balding and now Rosehill, and it's very depressing to hear these accounts.
Look, I do, litigation for a living as a lawyer. It doesn't really solve anything, in my opinion. It's just expensive and time consuming.
Yeah.
I understand the game has grown a lot in the last 10 years in terms of prize money and investments and everything, and no one but breeders. The breeders are the most appreciative of all those things due to changes of racefields legislation, point of consumption tax, all these kind of things. But what really disappoints people is that you have people who are said to be representing you but really don't understand anything that you do or anything that you might want, and furthermore, all you see is, well, we've picked a fight on your behalf and you're just going to lump it, and without any understanding as to whether it's a fight worth fighting or whether it's actually going to yield anything more beneficial for the industry.
Yeah, well, my last point is that, one of the techniques of dictators is to dumb down the people around them, so they look like the smartest in the room, even if they're not all that bright themselves. And Gay Waterhouse earlier on made the point that, and I think it's true, we don't see the people on Racing New South Wales board at the races, and they don't seem to know much about the industry. And why haven't we got, I'm fairly objective here, I think I'm not holding any brief for any of these people, but I've had conversations with your Anthony Thompsons, I know of Ollie Tate, Peter Orton, Vin Cox. Why haven't we got knowledgeable, passionate people like them on the board of Racing New South Wales instead of non-attendees or a chair who apparently has said, oh, you breed your stallions and then they can come back and race? Which shows that she might know something about corporate compliance but nothing about the racetrack.
You know more than I would. I don't understand that point.
Why haven't we got those talented, passionate people involved at the highest level?
I think there's probably a stigma involved in breeders being representative on bodies like Racing New South Wales. Why, I don't know.
What's the stigma? These are the smartest, passionate people. They love race. They want it to be successful, expand. Why wouldn't you get the best and brightest?
I agree. And a diversity of thought and a diversity of backgrounds. I mean, I don't... We as an exercise go around the board as TBNSW to see if anyone's got a relationship with anyone on Racing New South Wales of any level, just so we can have a conversation with them. And it's pretty much nil. No one does. We certainly don't appear at... Our big events are horse sales. There are many of them. They're well organised. They're very exciting for some people. They like travelling to the Gold Coast.
Buy a $10 million yearling these days.
And you don't. There's no way to have a casual conversation. No, they don't. They're not people that really we identify with who represent our breeders' interests.
Well, that's a terrible shame.
Yes,
Thank
I agree.
Any further questions from committee members? There being no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Epplin. I don't think you took anything on notice, but I was wrong previously when I made that indication. But I think I might be right in this case. So you're dismissed from today, and thank you very much for your evidence.
Thanks very much for the
before us.
invitation.
Thank you.
Right. It goes through the whole lot of industry.
Years of burning today.
A lot of better.
It's going to get worse. We've got to
Now
stand
just
up for
make room for our next witness. Is Mr. Chelotto in the room?
Let's go there.
I think this is Mr. Chelotto coming out. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chelotto, for your appearance here today. If you would start by indicating your name, your position title, and then either taking the oath or affirmation for us. Thank you.
My name is Elio Chelotto. I am the Campaign Director for the Coalition for the Protection of Racehorses. and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chilotto, would you like to make a short opening statement
Yes, I
for the
would.
committee? Thank you very much.
Our submission outlines our concerns and conditions we would like to see imposed on the sale of Rosehill Racecourse to remedy the grave situation most racehorses are in, and especially after racing, when they no longer serve a purpose and are extremely difficult to rehome. The thoroughbred exists because of the racing industry, and therefore it should be the racing industry that finds long-term solutions for every thoroughbred it breeds, whether the horse won $10 million or never raced. However, our concerns extend way beyond the welfare of racehorses. The integrity of the racing industry is a scandal on its own. The racing industry in Australia is rife with corruption and immoral, with scandal after scandal making the news headlines on a regular basis. Its contribution to our society is far outweighed by the harm it does to firstly the horses it breeds, but also to its workers, many of which are underpaid, psychologically, physically and even sexually abused. This needs to stop. I would like to highlight how the industry's priority is first and foremost to turn a healthy profit. It is not animal welfare at all. It does, however, need its social licence, because without it, its long-term viability is doomed. And so it does what it needs to do to give the appearance of addressing animal welfare concerns at minimal cost and also hide or mitigate any negative news. And I'll give you some examples. Racing New South Wales refuses to communicate about any matter regarding horse welfare, and especially about any data about concerning retiring racehorses that they claim are prohibited from being sent to slaughter. As a statutory body, it must be able to respond to questions raised by the general public, yet it arrogantly ignores them. It even ignores welfare concerns raised by its own members who contact us in frustration, and that has been articulated by previous speakers. Online footage is routinely redacted when incidents occur on track or deleted altogether. Horse racing is the only sport that expects their competitors to sometimes die. Our annual Death Watch report shows that approximately 160 horses are killed on track every year. However, it gets increasingly difficult to record on-track deaths because more horses are taken off the racetrack to be euthanised to remove the need for the death being reported in stewards' reports. Animal protectionists who can be identified are also routinely removed from racetracks for simply taking photos or video footage. I was banned myself from entering New South Wales racetracks without ever having entered one. In 2008-2009, when the equine influenza hit, Peter V'landys, CEO of Racing New South Wales, applied to the federal government for emergency relief funding. He put forward a funding proposal that cost taxpayers $220 million. However, an independent audit on the distribution of the funding found many inconsistencies, and most of the $220 million is still unaccounted for. Taking into account the maximum number of horses eligible in New South Wales and Queensland, where EI had first spread, the scheme should not have cost more than $110 million. There is so much evidence of corruption, and there should be an inquiry into this matter alone. The racing industry, and Racing New South Wales in particular, have shown they cannot be trusted. The padded whip was introduced in 2009 in response to public concerns that the whip was hurting horses. So instead of considering banning the whip, they placed 7mm of foam around the shaft of the whip and called it a padded whip. Now I have a padded whip here, and I challenge anyone to use this whip on themselves or someone else and tell me that it doesn't hurt. I'd like to pass it around if it's at all possible. I'd like to highlight the hard seams on the sides of the padded whip that stitch both sides together. If the edge of the whip makes contact with a horse, either intentionally or not, and there is evidence of it being used intentionally, it can hurt the horse even more so than the previous version of the whip. The industry claims that the whip does not hurt and it's just a perception issue. I challenged them on that point. In 2014, Professor Paul McGreevy requested permission from Racing Australia to conduct a study using thermographic technology to establish if the whip strikes actually hurt. The then CEO, Peter McGoran, refused and called Professor Paul McGreevy an enemy of racing. A study in 2020, co-authored by McGreevy and Dr. Lydia Tong on actual horse's skin, determined that the horse's skin is at least as sensitive as human skin. Again, there were more calls for a ban, but as is typical, the racing industry showed nothing but contempt for the study. Their latest solution is to call it a persuader and do away with the term whip. Let's be clear, it is a whip. If animal welfare was their primary concern, the whip would have been banned a long time ago. This is just another example of the industry wanting to give the appearance of addressing animal welfare while at the same time trying to keep the status quo. Just finally, the industry operates under a veil of secrecy. Workers are often forced to sign confidentiality agreements as part of their employment, and anyone who is publicly speaking out is ostracised. Worse still, can be physically threatened. CPR, that's the Coalition for the Protection of Racehorses, is contacted on a regular basis from industry workers who reveal information about animal welfare, but will only do so if anonymity can be guaranteed. The industry punishes anyone who speaks out. For these reasons, the racing industry simply cannot be trusted, and it's imperative that any conditions placed on the sale of Rosehill Racecourse concerning the welfare of racehorses are overseen by an independent body and its findings are made transparent and publicly available. And this will also help restore its somewhat vanquished social licence, if that is at all possible. With a $5 billion windfall, there is no reason why the horse, the most important player in this industry, is finally given the respect and protection it deserves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chelotto. We'll now open for questions of the committee. Ms. Hurst, I think, is itching to get underway.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming here today. You mentioned, you talked a little bit in your opening statement about the amount of money that was applied for federally, and I think you said they probably only needed 110. Can you provide to the committee on notice any kind of information around the breakdown of those costs to show where that came up to 110 versus 220, and just to give us a bit more context around that, because I don't think it was sort of detailed in your submission, but are you able to give something like that to us on notice?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask you, look, we've had a number of submissions raising concerns around the actions of Racing New South Wales, lack of transparency and accountability within the organisation. It's been described as a dictatorship. What's your view of Racing New South Wales?
We've been communicating with the racing industry Australia-wide since 2008, and I can say that Racing New South Wales has been the most difficult organisation to deal with, that they are not forthcoming with any kind of information regarding the welfare of racehorses, regarding the numbers of racehorses that they've rehomed, and in particular around their local law, their local rule about preventing horses being sent to slaughter. There's no details about that whatsoever. There's approximately 3,000 racehorses that retire from racing in New South Wales every year. That's a lot of horses, and I think if they're going to make a claim that no New South Wales horses are being sent to slaughter, they need to be able to justify how they're doing that.
So you mean that there should be transparency around the rehoming process?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So can I just sort of nut down a little bit more around, you mentioned that Racing New South Wales has been the most difficult. Can you sort of explain to us the difference between communicating and working with, obviously you're advocating for animal welfare changes in New South Wales and Racing New South Wales compared to those other states?
It's a problem Australia-wide, really. That it's a problem in horse racing worldwide, that it's basically, as I said in the submission, that it's immoral to be treating these horses in a way that is contrary to how they should be living. They're referred to as a product, as a means to making money, and they're not that. And this whip, for example, I mean, this looks like nothing on a TV screen, but it's an implement used to create pain to make the horse run out of fear. So it's not just Racing New South Wales; they are certainly the most difficult, but we have problems with every racing authority in the country who continually try to hide the reality behind horse racing. Absolutely.
Yours is a different colour though, isn't it, Mark?
Sorry, just going back to, look, we've heard some pretty shocking evidence just today in regards to the CEO, Peter V'landys. Now, I've heard as well on the grapevine that Mr. V'landys specifically has been opposed to banning the use of the whip. Is that something that you've heard? And if you have heard that, can you sort of expand that on that more for us?
Yeah, well, Racing Victoria was supportive of a ban of the whip. But as we know, it needs the support of Racing New South Wales to get it through. As far as I'm concerned, it's a no-brainer that the whip should be banned because it would certainly improve the image of racing and be a better thing for the horses, of course. And it's our understanding that Peter V'landys absolutely does not want to ban the whip, and that the problem is not the whip itself, it's the perception that it hurts. Well, I'll challenge him on that one. I'd love to try it on him and see if he can then say it hurts or not.
And so have you sort of heard that he specifically tried to stop Racing Victoria from banning the whip?
I think there's been media articles about him publicly stating that he opposes the whip. We haven't had any communication.
Opposes the ban on the whip, you mean?
Opposing the ban of the whip, yes,
Yep.
sorry.
That's okay.
We haven't had any communication with them on that matter directly.
Have you struggled with Racing New South Wales for other animal welfare reforms as well? And if you have, can you tell us what else has been blocked by Racing New South Wales?
Oh, look, we've had, we're lucky if we get a response from Racing New South Wales. We often have to resend the same email several times before we get a response, and even then sometimes we don't. So I think their view is to say nothing at all or as little as possible. And when we're talking about a sentient being that they're using, the horse is the centrepiece of horse racing, and they should be out there providing the information that's required to give us all peace of mind that these horses are well looked after, but we all know that that's simply not the case.
Do you know how much Racing New South Wales is investing in animal welfare at the moment?
We understand they've got a levy on prize money, which amounts to about $5 million. Again, we've asked them details about how that money is spent, and as we've found out today, that they're not forthcoming with any information at all when it comes to animal welfare.
So there's no transparency or accountability?
Absolutely no transparency.
Now, the sale of Rosehill has been estimated to about $5 billion for the industry. It's interesting, I'm on another inquiry where there's been concerns around an injection of $21 million to the RSPCA, and there's been concerns around transparency and accountability if they're getting $21 million. Now we're talking about an industry that could get $5 billion worth of taxpayers' money as one massive injection, again with no transparency or an oversight. Why would we not then ensure that there is an enormous amount of transparency and oversight in this industry, particularly if they're going to be getting any taxpayers' money?
It's absolutely crucial that there is 100% transparency if Rosehill Racecourse is sold, because we need to know that how this money is being spent. We need to know how many horses it's actually helping. And the objective should always be that every single racehorse that's born into this industry is given the appropriate care, not just during racing, but after racing. And the only way that we can do that is through an independent body that oversees how this money is being spent and what work is being actually done for the horses to make sure that they're given the appropriate care.
Now, in regards to this rehoming, you mentioned that there are 3,000 horses a year, and that the racing industry says that they're all rehomed. Is the problem that we just don't know, that there is no actual traceability, transparency? We can't confirm whether they've gone to knackeries, or has there been investigations to show that they potentially are? What's happening here?
Well, since the 7:30 expose in 2019, it's been extremely difficult to find out where these horses are going. In particular, New South Wales race horses. We get tip-offs now and then from people from within the industry and others, and whatever they're doing a very good job of hiding where these horses are going. And we can only assume the worst, because a racehorse or any horse costs thousands of dollars to look after a year as a minimum. So when you take into consideration there's 3,000 horses that can live potentially another 25 years, it's a huge undertaking to make sure all these horses are well looked after.
And just for the context for the committee, what was this 7:30 report exposing?
The 7:30 report was about the mass numbers of racehorses being slaughtered at a Queensland slaughterhouse. The estimate was around 3,000 horses were being killed from that one slaughterhouse alone, and there were also several knackeries that were highlighted in that story, showing other horses that were being killed, other race horses being killed.
And were any of those horses coming from New South Wales?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. In your submission, you argue that the New South Wales government should be giving if the New South Wales is going to be giving the industry money for Rosehill, that a portion should be dedicated towards animal welfare. Can you just go into that a little bit more? I know that your submission outlines where you believe that money should be best invested, but I just wanted to know, what are these top priorities, and why should the money be spent, say, for things like a horse traceability register?
Well, first of all, a traceability register would mean that we can actually trace the horse and account for it at any moment in time. And that would mean that anyone who takes on a racehorse would become responsible for that horse. And they're more likely to do the right thing if they are the registered owner. So that's extremely important. But also, when horses leave racing, they leave racing for a reason. Most often it's because they're injured and they can't race any further. And that's why we see horses that have been pushed way too far, way too often, and way too young. And they only have careers that typically are between 2 and 3 years. So they end up retiring well before even reaching full maturity. And that in itself should tell you how bad the racing industry is for horses, that they're forced to retire even before reaching maturity. So these horses need the proper care, need to be rehabilitated, both physically and psychologically. They're damaged goods, and it takes a lot of money to look after them, and that's why we need a significant fund to make sure that these horses are given the proper care after racing. Back in 2013, we put forward a rehoming proposal to the racing industry, and every racing authority in the country received it, as well as Racing Australia. And we requested a 1% levy on betting turnover that at the time would have raised over $200 million, as well as a 1% levy on prize money, which actually was adopted and has now been increased to, I think, 1.5% here and 2% in Victoria. And that's great, but how is that money being used? But the reality is that that's not enough, that we need $200-300 million a year if we're going to be serious about looking after these horses and more.
And is there, we've heard recently around the greyhound racing industry that, they now do have these traceability, somewhat of a traceability mechanism, a little bit of oversight. They're not allowed to simply kill greyhounds. But then there was a report recently that came out that greyhounds were simply languishing in kennels and having to be shipped overseas, all these sorts of things. Do you think that we're going to see the same problems in the horse racing industry? Is there going to be 3,000 homes every single year?
Well, that is a fundamental problem because the homes aren't out there. So another way of addressing this problem is by not creating it in the first place. We should be reducing the numbers of horses being bred in the first place. We're breeding way too many horses. We have seen a reduction from 18,500 down to about 13. We need to reduce that further. We need to reduce the number of races. We can still, that's a starting point. Ultimately, we believe any form of horse racing is not in the interests of the racehorse. But there's a lot that can be done in the meantime to reduce the wastage problem.
And if the sale of Rosehill were to go ahead, are you proposing a certain percentage of that would go towards animal welfare? What do you think would be adequate?
Well, I think there needs to be an analysis done of what it's going to require to look after every racehorse that's bred in the country, in New South Wales, as we did back in 2013, and establish what is going to be a reasonable amount of money. Of course, there's going to have to be a cash injection to run and build facilities where these horses can be rehomed, that's the most important thing, is to conduct an independent study on what amount of money is going to be needed to look after all these horses that are bred every year.
Thank you. And lastly, I just want to open it up to you to sort of talk further about that proposal in regards to animal welfare. I think that was something that you made a point of in your opening statement as well, that it's so important that some of this money is earmarked. Can you just sort of talk us through that and where that, like, what animal welfare initiatives that should go towards specifically? I know we've talked a little bit about rehoming, but what your organisation would like to see as those top animal welfare priorities for the money?
Well, first of all, we need traceability of every racehorse that is bred in racing and actually gets raced or even bred from. We know that there's 3,000 mares in Australia that retire from racing and they're not accounted for. Foals that aren't good enough. And I heard someone earlier speaking about foals not being registered within the 30 days. I think Peter Valandis actually made a good point there, because what has been told to us is that many of these foals aren't being registered until they think they can determine whether the horse is viable or not. By not registering the horse, it means it doesn't have to appear as a statistic. So I think that is also happening. I think we need to, first of all, have traceability, and then we need to work out a plan on how these horses can be rehomed, but also we need to work out how we can reduce the numbers of horses being born into the industry every year. That is the fundamental problem, that we're overbreeding these horses, and that number needs to be reduced.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Latham.
Mr. Salotto, where did you get the whip from?
I purchased it several years ago when the whip was brought out, and I wanted to see what it looked like and what it felt like.
How do you know that's a racecourse whip?
Because I bought it from a registered place in Caulfield, Highland. I think they've got a store in Caulfield. I bought it from there. It's a registered whip.
The whips they use in New South Wales are nowhere near as old as that. You said several years ago. When did you buy this whip? Because the material's very hardened now with age.
Several years ago.
How 10, 20 years ago you bought it?
It was after the rule was
the whips now are a lot different to the one you've presented here, which I find quite misleading. So too, some of the data you've given us. You say here at the top of, I don't know what page it is, you haven't numbered it, but it's the section above animal welfare in racing. You're using data here from New Zealand 30 years ago to say that 6 out of 10 foals never make it to the racetrack. The recent figures show that it's 1 in 3 that don't make it to the racetrack for various reasons. So you've got to acknowledge that figure is just plain wrong, and to present data from 30 years ago from New Zealand. Apparently they counted in mares that missed and slipped in that study.
Well,
You see that Burke 1995 study? Haven't you got something more? It's as old as your whip.
Well, there haven't been a lot of recent studies done on it. They're the ones
Well,
we're referring
it's
to.
available from the stud book. 35% of the foals Australian-wide don't get to racing, but 2/3 do. So that figure is totally wrong. And could I take it from your remarks? You said you were banned and you'd never been to a racetrack. Is that still true? In your entire life, you've never been to a racetrack?
No, I've never been to a Sydney racetrack.
To a Sydney racetrack?
I was demonstrating at Rosehill Racecourse, and I was handed over a legal letter saying that I was not permitted to enter a racetrack in New South Wales, and that if I did, I'd be trespassing.
Right. Have you ever been to a training establishment?
I have.
How many times?
A few times.
A few times. What, as a protester or to find out?
No, I was
what
actually invited to have a look.
Have you ever been to a stud farm?
I have been.
Right. And when you see a horse like Schnitzel, one of our leading stallions, living in an air-conditioned barn in better conditions than humans, doesn't it demonstrate that a lot of these horses are living a life much better than the homeless out on the streets?
I don't think horses want to be kept in air-conditioned comfort. They want to be out in a paddock with other horses.
Well, he gets that too.
That's how they want to live.
He gets to breed 300 mares a year. That's pretty good.
Thoroughbred stallions
You
are
think so?
not allowed to. They're kept in barns and forcibly bred onto a mare who is actually not always wanting to receive the horse. And they, as you know, would probably know, since you seem to be very knowledgeable about horse racing, that they use twitches on the mare, on her lip, to keep her still. So in effect, these mares are effectively being raped.
Oh, that's just ridiculous. I mean, you describe it as factory farming model. Anyone who used the factory model of breeding horses would go broke. These are selective, targeted matings that, in one case, has generated a $10 million yearling. If you pay $10 million for an animal, how do you think that animal's treated?
I think you're misunderstanding. You're not understanding what it is to be a horse. Horses don't want to be out there on racetracks.
Mr. Ed.
They don't want to be out there on racetracks.
Oh.
They would much prefer to be out in their natural environment. And this is something that they're not able to do when they're a racehorse. Most of them are kept in individual stalls for up to 22 hours a day, often sedated because they develop stereotypic behaviours. So this is something that is completely unnatural to them. And to say that they're in air-conditioned comfort, that they're given all the comforts that they need, they don't want that. That's not what horses want.
Have you? You've
That's
never
not
been
what
to a
they
stud
want.
farm. You've been to a couple of training establishments, never a race course in New South Wales, no stud farms and a couple of training things, and you bring a 20-year-old whip.
I have been, as I said, I have been to stud farms.
Which ones?
Yeah. I've been to Arrowfield. I've been to a couple in Victoria. The smaller ones, I can't remember their names. It's irrelevant. I mean, you're saying that...
Well, it is very relevant. If you saw the standards at Arrowfield, you'd be proud of the condition those horses are kept in, and you would be down in the snowy mountains getting in front of the helicopters that are shooting brumbies. I mean, Arrowfield
That's where you should be.
is a shining example of animal care and love compared to this barbarism from the current government of shooting horses from helicopters down in the snowy mountains. There's no comparison. And can I just say that having bred and owned horses, they all get microchipped, they're all traced, and we all live in fear, having signed obligations that if they're not transferred on or sold to a proper humane establishment, that we're in deep, deep criminal trouble. So the rules are very, very strict.
Well, they're not strict at all, because you could easily...
Well, how many horses have you owned?
You could easily... That's not relevant.
Well, yes, it is. You would have direct experience as a racehorse owner if you'd ever owned any.
Mr. Latham, if you can let
They're all
Mr. Cholotto
microchipped
finish.
and they're all tracked.
Mr. Latham, if you let Mr. Cholotto finish. Responding to your question.
So when you own a horse and you're supposed to rehome that horse, the rules are that you are to try to pass that horse onto somebody else. There's no proper bookkeeping of who that person is.
Yes, there is.
And once that horse is sold on, the racing industry itself says that you are no longer responsible for that horse. As far as the racing industry is concerned, you've unsold that horse. And so that horse could easily be sold on to a kill buyer that will kill it for dog food or kill it for human consumption.
You're making this up.
And that rule is in place I'm not making
You
it
are
up.
making it
Mr.
up. It's
Latham,
just not. It's
let
just
Mr.
not
Chalotto
true.
finish, please.
It's
Order,
like
Mr.
your
Latham.
30-year-old data and your
Point of
20-year-old
order.
Mr.
data.
Latham,
It's
order,
just not
please.
true.
Point of
Let
order.
Mr. Chalotto finish.
We all
Point of
sign a
order.
form
Mr.
saying
Latham,
we're
there's a point
obliged
of
to
order.
look
I'll
after
hear
the
the
There's
point
a
of
point
order.
of order.
Mr. Latham, please stop. Ms.
That
Hurst.
rule was in
Thank
place.
Point of order.
in
Mr.
2000.
Chalotto. Mr. Chalotto, we're hearing the point of order from Mr. Hurst.
Sorry, Mr. Latham is now badgering the witness. He's firing questions at the witness, not allowing the witness time to be able to answer those questions. But he's also badgering the witness, and he's also making long statements that aren't even questions, and I ask you to call him to
You had
order.
20 minutes.
Firing them like bullets from a helicopter.
Thank you. Mr. Latham, I would ask you to ask the
well,
witness
Mr.
a question
Chalotto, if-
and wait and to allow the witness to answer
Well,
that question
if
as
you're
well.
not owned a racehorse, why would you disagree with someone who has owned several and bred several, that they're all microchipped, they're all tracked, and we all sign obligations to make sure that they're rehomed in a humane, sensible, safe way? Now, why would you doubt that that's what happens?
I'll tell you exactly
From no
why.
experience.
Well, I've had the experience of going to several knackeries and to the slaughterhouse in Queensland, where there were New South
Queensland.
Wales racehorses found there in fairly large numbers. So, whilst you say that you've on-sold your horse to someone, these horses are still...
I haven't said that.
These horses are still ending up
I
in
rehomed them.
knackeries and slaughterhouses around Australia. That was in the 7:30 story. You just need to watch
well,
it.
in Queensland 5 years ago, and I hope those people that you think came from New South Wales were prosecuted.
And that law was in place that horses were not to be sent to slaughter back in 2019 before this story went out, and yet those horses were still found there. In fact, there was one stud where I think there were 13 horses from the same stud, from foals to yearlings to 2-year-olds and mares, that all came from the same stud that were dumped there to be killed, and they came from a New South Wales stud.
What's the name of that stud?
I think it was Hardwick.
Where?
Hardwick.
Hardwick.
Yeah. Now,
no one's heard of it.
That is an example of how these rules that are put in place by not just Racing New South Wales, but by Racing Australia and every racing state, that they put these laws in place, but they are not policed. And even when you go to the welfare department in that state, they fail to act on it. And that's been our experience for the last, since 2008. They fail to take animal welfare seriously and prefer to hide it from the general public instead of actually acting on it, because they understand that the wastage problem is way bigger than they could, that they can manage, unless they're prepared to spend hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
And that's what they're going to need to do if they want to maintain their social licence. If they don't, these kinds of exposés are going to continue to come out, and the racing industry will end up shooting itself in the foot.
Right. What's a social licence and who hands them out?
No, I'm not going to answer that question.
Well, you must. You've referred to it several times. You must be able to explain your own rhetoric.
I think you know what the social
I don't know
licence
what a
is.
social licence is.
Oh,
I've
well,
never seen one. I've never been given one. I've never handled one.
Google it.
Well, it's your determination of what's right and wrong in society. Is that what you're saying? It's not in any legislation. There's no social licence.
I think it's most people in Australia would find it abhorrent what's happening to racehorses before, during, and after racing.
And finally,
and that's why they find themselves in a situation where they're always having to try and cover up all the bad news that's happening in horse racing, including horses being sent to slaughter, because the racing industry chooses profits above everything else, and the welfare of racehorses is the least on their agenda. What is important to them is giving the appearance of doing the right thing, and they're failing.
But your evidence relies on one TV program 5 years ago, mainly about Queensland.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Well, that's all you've said today.
I've seen racehorses in paddocks awaiting slaughter weeks ago.
Whereabouts?
In Victoria.
Okay, well, we're in New South Wales with the Parliamentary Committee.
And if I was in New South Wales, I'm sure I could find the same here in New South Wales.
And finally, what are you doing about the Brumbies being shot from helicopters in the Snowy Mountains? If you love horses, what are you doing about that?
I'm not commenting
not relevant?
on that issue.
No, it doesn't worry you?
Not commenting on that issue.
No, not commenting.
You should. It's pretty bad.
Any further questions?
Labor government slaughtering horses in Snowy Mountains.
Ms. Hurst?
Thank you.
Cruelly.
Can I just talk a little bit about the traceability register compared to what Mr. Latham was talking about in regards to just signing a form and saying that someone would rehome an animal. Can you just explain why, obviously, there's this sort of system that's currently in place that Mr. Latham has explained. You're proposing instead a traceability register. Why is it important and how are the two different?
The traceability of racehorses at the moment is such that once the horse leaves racing, when it goes to the new owner, that's where the racing industry's obligation to that horse ceases.
That's not right. That's
and the same even occurs for mares. There is no traceability after that, and what the racing industry will tell you is that once the horse is out of racing, they have no jurisdiction over that horse, which makes sense. And that's why we campaigned for a national horse traceability register, because that would mean that every state had to abide by the same rules, and obviously horses go from state to state. That seems to have failed, though it looked promising that we were going to have a national horse traceability register. That would mean that when a horse did change state, that it could still be traced. It becomes somewhat problematic when it's done state by state, but what we can do is impose a condition on the sale of a horse that whoever the new owner is must agree to keeping that horse in its proper condition, and if it passes on the horse to another owner, that they must also agree to passing on that person's details, and so it goes on and on and on. So we can still trace a horse in one state if it moves on to, goes into another state, and we could potentially trace every racehorse in one state. That's something that is feasible. It's up to the racing industry whether they actually want to go to that trouble. I would say that they don't want this to happen because they would know that the end result will be that they'll find the horses that are ending up in slaughterhouses, or there aren't people prepared to take on these horses because they know that they're going to be made responsible for that horse and any future owners. So it's somewhat problematic. We have an oversupply of thoroughbreds in the country that are being used for racing. The homes aren't out there, and the most pragmatic solution is to reduce the number of horses being allowed to be bred each year.
And why do you think that there is this fear around transparency? Why is it, don't worry, there's a form signed, that's enough?
Look, in the 16 odd years that I've been researching the racing industry, there seems to be a lot of concern about how people may come across and how they treat their horses. They're concerned that if they speak up about animal welfare issues, that they might be that it may affect their employment. They may be threatened with violence. I myself have been threatened many times. I've been threatened at racetracks. I've had I don't hide my phone number. I would rather someone threaten me to my over the phone. At least I know. I'd like the opportunity to be able to speak to them. These people live in fear of the truth being found out in how horses are being treated, and so there is this kind of a code of silence in the racing industry that wants to restrict as much as possible what really happens behind closed doors. I've been told many, many times that what we know about the racing industry is just the tip of the iceberg. And these are people that work in the industry as breeders, as stable hands, even some trainers that say to us, you only know the tip of the iceberg. And it's sad that these people who claim to love these horses put them in conditions that they should be ashamed of, that these horses are bred for what they say a purpose, and are supposedly kept in these fantastic conditions. The reality is that these horses live miserable lives, and only a very few are given proper homes after they finish racing. And that comes from people that genuinely do care about horses, that often are not even connected to the racing industry that spend their own money to purchase and look after these horses, even with all the problems that they often come with.
And you mentioned whistleblowers. Do you speak to whistleblowers in New South Wales as well?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us some of the concerns that have come forward from those whistleblowers?
There's a lot of concerns about welfare issues with racing in New South Wales and Peter V'landys in particular.
Just because obviously this committee's really looked at concerns in regards to V'landys, are you able to share some of the concerns that have been brought forward to you?
I could perhaps in broad terms, but the reality is that a lot of these people still work in the industry, and disclosing some of this information might jeopardise their employment. So it is very difficult for these people to come forward. They will often come forward and give us information, but they'll only give it on the condition that it doesn't go anywhere, which is unfortunate.
Are you able to give us some broad terms which won't identify or any of these people?
I could do, but I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could provide that on notice. I understand you might want to sort of have some space to think that one through, but that would be great. And also, as part of this committee, we're able to actually make recommendations from this inquiry. What recommendations would you really like to see in that report that this committee would make to the government?
I think fundamentally what I'd like to see is that every racehorse in New South Wales is truly given the opportunity to be firstly rehabilitated and rehomed, and whatever money it takes to do this should be spent, and I think that the general public would agree with that, and I think even a lot of racegoers would agree with that, and that whatever the however that is to take place, it should be open and transparent, and every racehorse born into New South Wales and races in New South Wales needs to be accounted for their entire lives.
And you think that the money to be able to do that should come from the sale of Rosehill?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you wanted to bring to the committee's attention, particularly in regards to Racing New South Wales, the CEO, or the proposal to sell Rosehill?
No, look, I think I'm pretty right.
I'll just ask one final question, Mr. Chelotto, and I understand you are time pressure this afternoon to get a flight, but it has been reported $5 billion of proceeds in terms of the Rosehill sale. If that were to proceed, what percentage of that quantum do you think should be dedicated to animal welfare purposes?
Well, I would say in terms, talking in rough figures here, back in 2013, we estimated that it would take around $300 million to look after all the racehorses in Australia. So considering the time that's passed and the reduced number of horses, I'd estimate that perhaps between 200 and 300 million would be probably enough to look after the crop. So, at the moment, keeping in mind that this is money that needs to be funded by the racing industry every year. Perhaps
so 200 to 300 million a year, you're saying, or in quantum?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, you work out the numbers of horses, the training that they need, the rehabilitation they need, and we're talking about around that figure. Certainly, what this windfall could do is allow the infrastructure to be set up, and then a reduced amount of money should be allocated each year. We think that a 1% levy on betting turnover would be a good way of raising that $300-400 million Australia-wide, but that's Australia-wide. So here in New South Wales, I think they could significantly increase their levy on prize money, and that should be able to. And I think people would say it's fair that if you're making money off the back of the horse, that whatever money it takes to look after these horses after racing is fair. I mean, after all, these horses were born into the industry by the racing industry, and they should be well looked after. And that money needs to come from somewhere, and I don't think there's any better place than the prize money.
And finally from me, and before handing over to Mr Fang, where do you think that money should be vested?
Where?
Yes. Where would you suggest that money be vested?
Well, that money needs to go into, first of all, setting up the proper establishments where these horses can be kept, paying for vets, paying for retrainers, paying for their upkeep, whilst they can be rehabilitated and eventually, hopefully, rehomed. The reality is these horses are going to have to be looked after for a very long time because, as I have said several times, the homes simply aren't out there. But that's probably where I would start, and then hopefully through perhaps improving the image of the thoroughbred and showing that these horses can be rehabilitated, then it might be that these horses become more attractive to horse owners, and they could be used more often than what they currently are.
Thank you. Mr Fang, final question.
Thank you. Just following on from the questions of Mr Latham, you said you purchased the whip when they brought in, what was that you said?
The padded whip?
Yep.
That's not a padded whip.
Did you buy that brand new?
I did.
Okay. It's fairly worn, so how did it become fairly worn if you've only sort of bought it and it's been used for, I guess, demonstration purposes?
Well, it hasn't been used on any horses.
Because there's holes at the end of it, so it seems fairly well worn in
Well,
leather.
you bought that before the padded whip rule.
Sorry?
You bought that before the padded whip rule.
I bought it after that rule came into place.
Which year did you buy it in?
Sorry?
Which year did you buy it in? You're very evasive.
You can take that on notice if you wanted to
I'll
take that on notice to give the exact
notice,
year.
you don't know.
I bought it after the whip rules came into place.
I'm just curious as to how it became quite worn at the end, because it does have a hole in the end of the leather.
The horse, the whip has been kept here with a colleague here in Sydney. It hasn't been used on any. It hasn't been used on any horses. I wasn't able to bring a whip from Melbourne because it was deemed to be a dangerous object, which strangely it is, especially if you're a horse. So it is a padded whip.
So it's not your whip, it's a colleague's whip.
I purchased the whip.
But you leave it here in Sydney.
But I left it here in Sydney.
When you come up here to do what?
And it's been,
Okay.
but it's.
I think we're at the end. Mr. Chelotto does need to get a flight. Thank you very much for your evidence here today. I don't think you took anything on. Well, maybe you did take. I think you did take stuff on notice. Yes,
I did.
in the end, nothing to do with the whip. If you could provide your responses to the committee secretariat when they contact you within 21 days, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attendance here today. That concludes our hearing here today. The committee will now have a deliberative meeting to discuss certain matters. So if we could ask all to clear the room, and thank you all for your interest and attendance today.
Thank you.